喂，不给我引用存档。
The development you predicted in the Kastner case happened unexpectedly. Please come back immediately.
How can it be unexpected if I have predicted it?
Poirot, my friend, is that you? Poirot, it is I, Book.
他们改还是没改，控制。不能让我的灵敏度可以不要这么高啊！还行，这是车上的一个，这两个也是，这两个没见过，这里都有。医生，然后秃头，哦，害死人，人。原来白罗那么年轻，有吗？1929年，看起来很年轻吗？干嘛啦？不要叫哦，闭嘴！
Poirot.
一手教学嘞。
You, my friend?
Book, it is indeed me.
What brings you so far from home?
A little affair in Syria.
An affair of the heart?
No, a modest affair of recovering stolen artifacts. But now I am summoned home to England and must leave immediately.
This evening? You travel on the Orient Express, I hope.
I have made no arrangements yet, as I just learned that an emergency has arisen, and I must return to England immediately.
Very well. It will be my pleasure to secure you a sleeper on the Orient Express.
就是你在
The
搞。
director of the line insists. I accept with pleasure.
And we'll dine together. For I too depart this afternoon. We'll have plenty of time to catch up. I'll have the hotel transfer our luggage.
Excuse me, sir. You are the director of the line? The Princess Dragomirov would like to know if she may keep her mina in her compartment on the train.
Good morning, Princess. It is an honor to welcome you aboard. There is absolutely no problem for your pet.
You will ask about his food?
Oh, yes. The Princess Dragomirov would like to know if there is food for miners on board. Insects, small amphibians, baby rodents.
Baby rodents?
Baby
Of course,
rodents.
Princess. Don't worry. Your bird will be fed as you demand.
baby 罗登石，不是 baby house 吗？
You there, desk clerk.
One moment, sir.
Listen to me. Call the police. My train ticket
老
has been
鼠宝
stolen.
宝，
Stolen? Oh dear. Oh dear.
You travel by the Orient Express, monsieur?
Arbuthnot. Captain Archibald Arbuthnot, formerly British Army, now retired. And yes, I'm taking the Orient Express to Paris. But what business is that of yours?
My name is Book. I am the director of the line at your service. And perhaps this gentleman could assist you. He is Hercule Poirot.
Oh. But I must make that train.
A train ticket. Yesterday I recovered artifacts worth several millions.
Please, my friend. It's not just any ticket. It's an Orient Express ticket.
Wiki 没有提过他年纪，
I will investigate.
维基竟然没有提他年
Thank
纪
you,。Poirot. I will arrange a car to Sirkechi Station for us.
我们来看一下这里面有没有其他年纪。配合开启思路图。沙溪用鸟刀小小的 T8 可以得运动运动，因为提供协助 ，OK 没问题啊。电影它白胡子外表让你刻板印象，白胡子，而这里面等下用的是黑胡子哎。看一下啊、哦，我们的人物栏，哎，漂亮，只有 Book 啊，52岁，比利时人，货车公司董事。等下这布克有52岁，我觉得他对于人物年龄的描述没有到很详细，因为有些看起来30几岁的人，比这个52岁还要老，所以我应该先要干嘛？不能讲话，应该是
How
跟
do
你
you
交接吧
know？ your ticket has been stolen, monsieur?
I put it on a table in my room. I came down here to breakfast, and when I got back, my ticket was gone, and other things were on the floor as if they'd been tossed about.
Alors, monsieur, I suggest we begin in your room. Will
结
you
果上
lead
次
the
我们
way?
试玩的列车上真的不是一开始，他的一开始从搭车那边开始，从搭车前怎么做才能找到上位车票？把左右两边的关键线索相连起来。线索、问话、隔壁房客。搜索、卧室、检查门。
My little gray cells did not let me down.
描述那个车的历史和外形那些，小说印象中是这样写，对吧？原本以为我们一开始就是在东方快车上开始在解决事情，结果他来到这个地方，哎，很漂亮，哎。 这地方布置得很好，虽然说感觉有点空，不知道为什么感觉就是有点空旷啊！我知道了啦，墙壁上少了一些画啦，没有那个摆饰，这摆饰真的有够少的，感觉就很好像少了很多东西。 他是为我电脑效能着想，
Floor,
确
Captain
实啊。
Arbuthnot?
4th floor.
哦，我觉得这种游戏应该不会做的那种太耗费效能吧？像那个《荒原聊者》一样。等一下，他刚说几了？顾着聊天没看到，他刚说几了？他刚说几了？
4th floor.
The task may be trivial, but I must not let the little gray cells wander.
漂亮 ！First floor。
I suppose I can exercise my powers of observation while we
想
wait.
想女鬼桥，我觉得那是他们优化好。哎呀，他是哪里人？
Arbuthnot. Captain Archibald Arbuthnot, formerly British Army, now retired. And yes, I'm taking the Orient
退休
Express
上位。
to Paris. Arbuthnot. Captain Archibald Arbuthnot,
退休
formerly British
是
Army, now
他看起来不像
retired.
70岁，
And
所以应该是
yes,
45岁。
Et voilà.
这个应该70吧？没有，这个才40几岁，这个才40几岁啊！你敢信啊？45岁英国人退休上位 ，OK。玩这个很累，好像角色总共有12个，你每个人都要记一下他是哪里人。这种解谜的通常都这样。为什么我觉得他的脖子怪怪啊？
411. In a hotel of this quality, a thief. Come on, don't dawdle.
考你耳机是什么款式？我干你娘！我先弃权好不好？我先弃权。
It'll be a disaster if I miss that train.
为什么11可以敲？
You have locked the door, monsieur?
Naturally. This is a foreign country.
You have the key card?
Of course.
We will enter.
啊？啊？这看起来……等一下呢？
The lock has not been tampered with.
这原来是用逼的哦。插房卡插这样子哎，完了，我没有出去国外，哇，这个房间跟我做的有得比啊！对啊，我看到，我刚看到还有个卡槽。
A perfume bottle. Empty.
香水瓶空无一物，为什么香水瓶空无一物会有意思？然后它的浴室是这样子，这有算干湿分离吗？你水不是会流出来这里吗？这边应该要做成那种低洼的吧，对不对？里面是有一个空槽，没错啦。可是如果有水在墙外面的时候，没有，那水是从这边喷出来啊，所以没有这个问题，那还好。这种浴室，对吧？感觉有点老旧。
The wallet is somewhat worn. It contains just over $200 and
这种高级饭店的怎么浴室跟那个当兵的感觉，有点像啊。我可以抽他1000块吗？100块。
The wallet is somewhat worn. It contains
这种高级的地方跟我说浴室长这样。
a fact sheet from a tour of Saint Sophia.
圣索菲亚。
A stamped reservation for the Bosphorus ferry.
这里面有什么？抽屉。打开这个。
A brochure for this fascinating city.
一个世纪前的高级果然有差，真的哎。感觉一个世纪前的高级跟现在的高级差太多了。一个世纪前的高级根本就现在2、3星级。干，还真的有耳机哎，什么鬼？ 漂亮！哎呀，成就总共有40个胡子
Have too many of these.
，40个8字胡。这个饭店里面就有4个8字胡，漂亮！
A conspicuous gallantry cross for meritorious service in Iraq, yet he only retired as a captain.
退役，伊拉克退役，然后只有上尉，差不多吧？不然要多大？
A list of travel expenses, but how did these papers end up on the floor?
这样花多少？1677英镑，这边应该算英国吧？我们现在好像是，哎，不对，我们现在不是在英国。
The bed is skillfully made.
感觉这种床没有很干净。
This earring, it is not the first time I've seen it.
那个是他的招牌胡子。好像没东西了吗？哦，窗户
Floors, it's impossible for a thief to have exited through the window.
这里都灰了，代表我全都查过了，没东西耶。为什么不能查他的行李箱？这里都查过了，说不定有狗男女。确实耶，门并没有被强行收开，上位房间差一个。隔壁房客问号？问话？他房间还有一个东西没开，难道我要问完再回来吗？这边看起来是没东西可以开的啦。对，看起来是没东西可以开。难道墙壁后有东西？哦，有水渍。
Water with traces of soap. The water is scented.
让我猜猜，刚离开他房间的那个女的。哎，又一个八字胡。
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
地板上也要看。水渍 OK， 车票不在房内，不然找你干嘛？等一下，房门没有被敲开的痕迹，房门应该是没有被敲开的痕迹。 对，看起来是没有被敲开的痕迹，所以房间它一定是用房卡进来的。窗户进房不太可能，这边是4楼。我觉得问完话再解答好了。
The room is
清扫。
apparently empty. I will leave it for the moment.
可是如果依照我的经验来说，有房客的房卡的只有房务员。
Go away, please.
A brief word, sir.
I will give you 2 brief words. Go away.
Monsieur.
I've been traveling all night from New York. Must I call the management?
Pardon, monsieur. I do not believe we have awakened a thief.
隔壁房客不理我。OK。漂亮，隔壁房客只有他，门没有被强行敲开。那4楼也不可能从窗户进来，那就只能禁用房卡了。那
That was
这答案
easy.
就很明显了，有房卡的人就只有饭店的人。然后水有洗过的痕迹，因为打扫浴室需要用到那些什么香水之类的东西洗。OK， 漂亮。所以小偷是房务员。浴室要打扫。
How long were you at breakfast, Captain?
Half an hour or so. Just a roll and some coffee.
有可能。
Why was there an earring in your room?
An earring? A previous guest, I suspect. I don't wear them.
Did you leave the window open?
No. That must be how the thief escaped.
I think not. Unless the thief
这
had
里是4
wings.
楼哎，
The bed is very neatly made, but the corners are not military
对啊，
style.
房间被整理
Price
过
we
啊。
paid for this hotel? I'm not going to make my own bloody bed.
Interesting pronoun, that. We.
有个女人曾在房里过夜。纸张散落一地，窗户大开。
The wind probably blew the papers on the floor as it came in through the window. Moreover, the door is closed, and I found an earring on the bedside table. The captain invited a woman into his room. Maybe she is our culprit. That's the right answer.
这个吗？我猜是这个啦。他电梯里面特地给我们看的这个，还有这
I'm
个
right again. That happens to me a lot.
右边那个太老了。上尉为什么要邀一个比他老的人进房间？
This is the most likely answer.
哎，事情都讲出来了。刚刚有防务员来打扫，那个女人可能进来想收她的耳环，但是没找到，但把她的票给偷走了。
Captain Arbuthnot, I have examined your
她
room.
打扮超好的，因为她是公主啊。
Revealed, possibly more than you expected. Rest assured, we will soon find your ticket.
It's about bloody time. I have a train to catch.
As do I.
You are traveling on the Orient Express?
We? If you will be good enough to answer a few questions, we may both make our train.
Ask away.
Please give me an account of your movements yesterday.
I spent most of my day in Istanbul, sightseeing. I returned to the hotel as the sun was setting. The desk clerk can confirm I was alone when I picked up my key. I spent the night alone. I had no visitors in my room.
哦，日落时回饭店，确实一个人取房卡，可是晚上只有你一个
You
人。
told me the entire truth, Captain Arbuthnot.
Of course. I want you to find my ticket.
耳环，
Can you explain the earring I found on the bedside table?
An earring? Yes. Forgive me, Mr. Poirot. I had some business correspondence that wanted answering. The hotel provides help for business.
你一开始
They sent up
说
a secretary.
可能是上
I
位房客
dictated a
的，
letter, and she mailed it for me. I hadn't noticed that she had lost an earring.
And when did you invite this secretary? This woman may be the thief we are looking for.
That was yesterday evening. My ticket was still there when I went down to breakfast. She can't have taken it.
I see. Never mind. It is easily checked. And there was no other person in your room?
No, I swear there wasn't.
Ah, well, never mind. If it is not her, there is only one option left.
Fine. Please finish your job quickly. I'll be downstairs in the lobby.
所以要么是这个女人，要么是那个防务员，就只有这两种可能了。因为那个床明显是有整理过，整理过的床啊！看看这些房间能不能走。哎，
Someone has Rejected their breakfast?
哎，
Not a mystery worth pursuing.
啊，刚刚防务员有来。哎，你看，你看，听到了吧？在这里面正在打扫。那么问题来了，为什么整理房间的那个推车，什么车都没有在这边？那床一定弄很脏。正常啦，那个客人素质真的很低下、啊。正常来讲，我们听到那个人应该直接过去询问他才对。因为房务员在房间里面打扫，我们现在下去再上来时间点，房务员可能到下一层。接待员，
Pardon, monsieur. May I inquire when the staff begins cleaning the rooms?
Every morning at breakfast time, sir. After making certain there are no guests in the room, of course.
May I speak with the chambermaid who cleaned room 411 this morning?
I hope you don't think that one of our staff stole the ticket.
No. Do not distress yourself. We seek only information.
I will summon her at once.
Oh, I'd ask her to bring her laundry cart.
对嘛？我说的就是这种车，通常都要推这种车到那个打扫那边门外面。好，这是什么？
The Hotel Tocatlian is a perfect prelude for my journey.
这里还有人可以问吗？你可以问吗？不行。那他的床其实是整理的很干净的哦。这个就是你整理床丢东西的地方。
Poirot is not going to touch the dirty laundry.
怎么可能？那张床这么大，那照我的经验来说，这两个根本不够装，好吗？
Do not be frightened, mademoiselle. Did you clean room 411?
超级放电。
Room 411? Yes, that is one of mine.
Did you see a ticket on the desk when you entered the room?
I'm sorry, I didn't notice a ticket. There was a wallet, but of course I did not touch it.
Did you open the window?
Yes, we always air the rooms. Oh, but I forgot to close the window. While I was making the bed, the person from next door was pounding on the wall. I wondered if he needed assistance. I tossed the dirty sheets in my cart, quickly finished mopping, and went to see, but it was nothing.
让他以目测七
I'm
十。
afraid I left the window open. I'm so sorry.
等一下跟你说，他其实只有30几岁。
Papers scattered on the floor. The chambermaid cleaning the room. I believe I can now visualize what happened.
犯罪现场重建。哦，唤醒情绪辨认这车。风吹走车票，更换传单，传单被扔在车票上方。 好像应该要这样换过啊。这个 风吹走车票，停在后方，然后推车衣吗？正常来讲，进去的话，通常车会带进去，然后会先把窗户给打开。其实也可以啦。然后他更换传单的时候，风吹走了他的车票，车票掉进推车里面。然后他换好传单之后，把那个寝具放在上方，这样应该是可以的，差不多两个意思其实差不多。不过推车要先放，比较有机会。然后最后偷尿尿，确实欸。
Poirot is not.
不是欸，就把它拿起来看一下就好了嘛。事实上就是你自己的疏忽。
Room 411. And so the missing train ticket completes its strange journey. An open window, a laundry cart, and an annoying neighbor. But chance is the only guilty party in this dark mystery.
Mr. Poirot, I apologize. I believe my concern got the better of me, and I forgot myself.
一开始就是你在
It
搞。
was a case of great magnitude. I'm glad I was up to the challenge. And that, I think, is
为什么你不把你的车票给放好呢？对不对？轻松啦，唉，刚开始来了一个这么轻松的事件，拜托，我是 K 探长哎，开什么玩笑啊？
Our bags are all packed. I have my ticket and papers. If you give me yours, I'll hang on to mine.
等一下，
But as your secretary,
As my
我是不是
secretary, you see to the bags, Hector.
yes, yes, sir.
that man. I have a curious impression of him, as if I were observing a wild animal, uncaged.
我好像应该要先回去找一下胡子哎。这栋饭店里面有4个胡子，然后我只有拿到2个，然后胡子应该在上方，我可以上去吗？还可以上去。我也寻找我们的黑胡子啊，为什么一定是停在41呀？为什么一定停在4楼啊？4楼没什么可以找的吧？该不会在1楼吧？
The room is
哪间房间可以收？我的胡子。
Go away, please.
a brief.
I will give you. I've been.
又被赶出来，对吧？电梯好像目前只能选这2层。哎，这里有一个胡子，
Haha! Golden.
插一个，插一个会藏在哪？就是有这么没礼貌的客人。 就是要把自己房间的那个电视声音开得超级爆干大声。
Someone has rejected their breakfast.
4楼没了哎，该不会在1楼吧？看一下，墙上没有，没有。哎，啊，这里怎么也在扫？哦，还是我错过了一个啊？在电梯里面选那个楼层的时候。好像也没有呢。那这间饭店里面还差一个胡子。他妈的，办案是蛮简单的啦，要找胡子就有点困难了啦。在地上吗？在地上啊！在哪里的地上啊？还是该不会在他房间里面？不可能，不可能，不可能是为了胡子做1层楼。所以要么就是在前方，我看到他了。哎，我看错了，不好意思，我以为那是胡子，我以为他在吃胡子。可恶，眼干！胡子呢？胡子？不会吧？哎，啊，没有胡子啊。不会吧？都在里面哦，是吧？不会吧？不可能吧？不可能吧？我怎么找不到胡子？啊啊啊啊！胡子这么难找的吗？不是吧？别闹了！还是他房间里面还有一个胡子没找到？有可能吗？一个人的房间里面藏3个胡子？那是有可能的吗？No？ 啊，房间没锁啊！哎，这么不小心，难怪会被偷东西。我有胡子没看到，到底在哪？胡子呢？No， 我确确实实的错过了一个胡子。No， 还刚刚这下面，刚在这边找到一个胡子。哦，不是吧？感觉房间里面没有了。然后在这边找到一个胡子。 啊，最有可能有胡子的地方在一楼。一楼看了一下，没有。这边找到一个胡子，这样3个，接下来就离开饭店了吗？对啊，我确确实实错失了一个胡子，那个胡子不知道是哪里缺失的，所以不是吧？我的眼力下降了吗？这能存档吗？可以啊，可是我在想，如果找不到就算了，我已经懒得重来了。好吧，算了，走啦。明显的，这里没有胡子，这个也不能按。看起来最有可能的就是我们一开始上楼前那边的。对，这个胡子是一定要当阶段就找到了，不然它就是会消失，有可能被哪个地方盖起来什么之类的，就再也找不到了。很明显我是没看到啦。啊，明显我是没看到啦。算了，不看了。
We must leave for the station. Our bags are in the taxi. Did you find the ticket?
It was a case most difficult, but somehow Hercule Poirot managed.
I knew you could do it. Now we can sit back and enjoy a relaxing train ride.
完成第0章，终于要上车了。上车之前，我们先来火车站。马洛温爵士夫人是一位英国作家，神探赫丘勒·白罗和业余侦探马波小姐为主角作品。马波就是我们的第2主角。
You are in luck, Poirot. Of course, no journey on this train is ever ordinary, but this is a special occasion. To celebrate the 140 years of the Orient Express, the engine will be none other than the splendid Pacific 231G558. There she is, Poirot. The most celebrated train in history. My eyes fill with tears of pride. It is time we were aboard. The wagonly conductor, Pierre Michel, will direct you to your compartment.
Lead the way, Book.
It was built in France in 1922 by the Compagnie Batignolles-Châtillon. At the time of its purchase by the SNCF in 1938, it could reach speeds up to
130公里，才130。
Wait until you see. It is like traveling.
我跟你讲，现在汽车随便都150。
I assure you, that will be more than fast.
妈的，你开这个火车比开汽车还慢。
To London. In the meantime, you will bask in the magic that is the Orient Express.
我选择不听，我觉得太麻烦了。哎，我们的第2位主角，你在干嘛？ 我来这边唯一的目的是什么？没错，找到有没有胡子。
A moment to savor, to see the famous locomotive after so many years.
我相信这里还有胡子的，对吧？啊，看起来好像没有呢。我们这样子，这里不是应该放点什么胡子之类的东西给我们找吗？哎。
Princess Dragomirov's pet minor bird, an unusual traveling companion.
不理解，不理解。八哥，有人能讲话吗？有人可以跟我对话吗？妈的，到时候他应该不会考我说什么，这台列车是19几年产的，然后最高时速可以到多少吧？不会吧？应该吧？
I am resisting the temptation of lining it up properly.
啊，强迫症。这里应该没东西了吧？感觉有些地方可以对话。我猜这里还有一起案件呐、然后这边好像真的没东西耶，就这样而已，好吧。你看，他这个上位才说还想保这个女人而已，哎，啊，现在这边碰头了啊！哎呀，真的是。
Good evening, monsieur. Your compartment is number 202. However, I am afraid that all the others are already full.
Full? But how can that be?
It is incredible, monsieur. All the world elects to travel tonight.
All the same, you must find room for this gentleman here.
I can exercise my powers of observation while they try to find me a bed.
He is a friend of mine. He can have number 201.
It is taken, monsieur.
What?
Darling, we have to get aboard.
I know.
I have heard of the phobia of fear of flying, but fear of trains?
Now you're making fun of me.
Never mind. We'll board shortly, once our compartment is ready.
Notice the young woman from the hotel. She again wishes to watch the old man with his little friend, but not to be seen herself.
我们第2位主角
Is everything aboard the train, Hector?
In your compartment, Mr. Ratchet. I'm having them disinfect the room again as you instructed. I also got a call from the Indians. The sale is going through as you expected.
There was never any doubt. No other phone calls, Hector? From Geneva or Venice?
No, sir.
好了啦，死
Who were
人
you expecting?
Never you mind. Check our tickets. We're not going in until everything is confirmed.
死人不用讲这么多话，知道
Seems
吗？
quite agreeable, but the older man is something quite different.
Mary.
Not now. Not now. When it's all over, when it's behind us, then.
看来是个情人呢。
Why did you order so much lobster, Hotaru?
My dear Freya, I need it for my specialty on the second night. And if the lobster
看起来像亚洲人。
isn't fresh, the passengers will know.
We don't have enough space for my desserts. Tonight, molten chocolate cake. Tomorrow, my specialty.
That is not my concern. There
完了，
will
这两个
not
厨师
have room for them anyway.
Serve
怎
the
么还没打
lobster
架？
tonight.
Chicken alamori must be the first night dish for the travelers. It is easier to digest
You really are the egomaniac everyone says you are.
I have every reason to be. I am the engine. You are just the caboose.
没了。
Poirot, I am mortified. The 140th anniversary
我开
perhaps
始期待他们
of
穿
such
脸
a
了。
plague of passengers.
龙虾龙岩蛋糕，卡布奇诺。快车快满140周年了。这个年轻人是年纪较长者什么人？秘书。
Good.
这个女人在怕什么？搭火车。这个女人现在什么心情？她很担心。
Well done.
哪个是年轻人？刚右手边穿的像大熊那一个。
Fantastic.
有没有这个看起来像大熊这一个？
That's the right answer.
穿的像大熊那一个。还有什么东西可以说吗？看起来没有。然后那个公主也不在这，都快要搭车了，那个公主不在这，在干嘛？人不在。哦，那个是他的秘书，然后这是他的那个，好像叫什么助理哦，还是什么的。然后他说年轻人是那个胖胖的，就那个秘书。
Poirot, we have a solution. A gentleman has not yet come.
An Englishman, a Monsieur Harris.
A name of good omen.
It is already time to leave. What do I care for Mr. Harris?
As Monsieur pleases. I had your things sent straight to your compartment. Unfortunately, you will be with another traveler.
No.
Only for the first night. It cannot be helped.
I will survive, mon ami.
Monsieur Book, we can't find enough space in the kitchen refrigerator to store all of my ingredients.
How is it possible?
His recipes are extravagant. We need to leave something on the
真的，
platform.
左边那个看起来就是一脸
Don't go.
英文不太好的
Don't go.
And have the
华人。
passengers of the Orient Express go hungry? Never.
那个讲英文的程度大概就比我好个87%而已。
The problem is unworthy of Poirot, but I do not intend to starve on the most luxurious train in the world.
你要确定呢？肯定确定的啦，肯定确定啦，不确定的啦是不能。
Thank you for coming to help us.
It is impossible.
370%，没这么多啦，87%而已啦，对不对？
Obviously, my entree are more important than dessert.
If Mr. Mori delays his lobsters for a
你
day
看
or
这个
two,
女的
we
讲
can
起来
put
很
dock in
流
another
利，有没有
station.？
Delay? You ask me to delay? Freya?
Calm yourself, my friend. I'm sure we can find a solution. Is that a diagram of the refrigerator? May I see it?
Yes, he refuses to look at it.
他才19岁。哎呀，他是哪里人？他是哪里？这看起来像27岁。他是哪里人？摩洛哥，肯定不是美国。讲话的口音有点西班牙弹舌。不信我照他讲的讲一遍，我不要啊！我不要啊！不要啊！
I must admit I'm not right this time. He's wrong, but I'm never far.
原来是美国人，硬 A。 等一下，让我想想，让我想想。毛利营，他不能讲话哎、沉睡的小五郎，哈哈哈哈哈！我干你娘，我还要拼图，白痴哦！哈哈哈哈哈！啊，我要怎么？哦，这把它撤掉，这个只能这样子，还是它可以转？它可以转吗？不能，我们要照这样子去爬。哦，哦，哦，先这样子试试看啊！啊，这个要排这里。完了，这可以移动吧？我就不能把它转一圈吗？我不能把它转一圈吗？那完蛋了！那玩个屁啊！完蛋啦！完蛋啦！这不能转啦！不能转哦！不能转，认真。哎呀！哎呀！太恶心了！你回去玩猫咪拼图修炼不是？它不能转，它如果可以转，这很简单；不能转就有点难了。白痴，为什么不能转？不然转玩个屁呀！不能转很难呢。哎呦，哎呦，哎呦，这个要怎么办？哈哈哈，轻轻松松啊！哈哈哈哈哈！轻轻松松啊！
Just for you. I look forward to it, monsieur. And to the dessert, mademoiselle.
Hopefully. That will be the last mystery you face on our journey, my dear Poirot. Your compartment for tonight only is at the back of the second-class carriage, number 102. Tomorrow, you move to a private compartment.
什么运气好？这叫实力好吗？这叫真实力好吗？啊，轻轻松松啊！好爽哦！ 好啊，这也没地方可以干啦。新视图找到我的包厢，房号是102。等舱，妈要我上来，只给我住2等舱。我要住头等舱。
I apologize for the delay.
Thank you, Monsieur Michel. I am delighted you could accommodate me.
好了，快开始回到我们 demo 版了。
Wrong compartment. I need to find number 102. These first-class rooms are very spacious and luxurious.
胡子减1不是减4。哎，啊，这间房间不就是那个吗？出事点的那个隔壁房。
Wrong compartment. I need to find number. Pardon me.
Oh, my apologies.
可以借过吗，兄弟？不要跟我说你的房间是这一间哦。
Wrong compartment. I need to find number 102.
这房间还有记号哎，好像是什么梅兰竹菊。看一下这边，开始有没有胡子？活着，活着，没有活着。哇！
This lady has a style of her own, eccentric but chic. Wrong compartment. I need to find.
你们房间可以给我进去探一下的，然后这边有记号啊。这个我知道，这个是菊花，菊花间，这个我不知道。啊，这是蝴蝶。 这是什么？康乃馨哦。
I can't believe it's a local.
对啊，那个是公主啊。
1930s that is police.
那个你说很时髦那个老的，她是公主。
Another golden mustache to treasure.
干，真的，她那个，哎，等一下，1至3，那是不是代表开车前要找到3个，然后开车后又有几个？干，完蛋了！你娘嘞！好啊，好啊，麻烦你。八字胡如果没找出来，不知道会怎样。我记得开车后有5个。 所以代表开车前跟开车后都不一样。对啊，很不方便，厕所不能进去，这边也不能去，所以没了，没了。我这边不能过去，那代表我这边也不能进去。 所以我只有那边能做，我每间房间都不能进去。然后厕所也没有，要不然就是厕所有，但我没有看到。看起来是没有啦。对啊，这个是公主啊，她的房间我也不能进去。然后。 车上看起来没有，这胡子掉在那边，这边我不能过去，这边也没有，那代表我只能进去我的102号房了。
Excuse me, I think you made a mistake.
You are Mr. Harris?
No, my name is McQueen. There is no other berth on the train, monsieur. All is arranged. Yours is the upper berth. We start in 1 minute. The train's remarkably full.
En voiture.
Listen, sir, if you'd rather have the lower berth, easier and all that, well, that's all right by me.
No, you are too amiable. It is for one night only, at Belgrade.
Oh, I see. You're getting out of Belgrade.
Not exactly.
1883年6月5号晚上7点30分，当时已被称为东方快车的列车首次起航。据消息来源指出，列车上皆是男性乘客。啊？我不知道呢。男性乘客还要携带枪支，看起来很像哎。全剧终，剧你个鬼啦！可是刚火车站那边，他算起来有3个金色胡子，而我只有找到车上一个。
Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served. You may join the rest of the passengers in the dining car.
餐车顾客，但不啊，先找我们的胡子，胡子，看起来我们脸上那个可以拔。没有胡子。
Excuse me, monsieur. Pierre asked me to inform you that a passenger left us, so his room is yours. Monsieur Bouc instructed that your things be transferred to room 202 during dinner. You will be more comfortable in first class.
It is true what you say. Thank you,
Mr. Fauché, monsieur.
Mr. Fauché!
Where will my new compartment be?
Room 202 is at the far end of the previous car.
I see, thank you. What is your position on the Orient Express?
I manage the bar car, and I also do the restaurant car service.
Well, then do not let me keep you. Lobster tonight, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
我也想吃龙虾。
See you soon, monsieur.
我也想吃龙虾。我好想吃龙虾。看，他们东西全塞进来了，完全都是归功于我。啊，赌场是这么小，要在里面存5天的分量，骗谁？哪够啊？肯定不够啊！他这个视角还是跟我讲的一样，很讨厌。我宁愿他用成第一人称。有时候白我他的身影会挡到那个要调查的地方。
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
心情好了起来。
Please, my friend, join me.
设定不能改。
I have taken the liberty of ordering you your lobster.
Thank you. It appears our fellow passengers are all gathered here again tonight.
Ah. If I had but the pen of a Balzac, I would depict the scene.
说啥？人家才27岁，
Ah,
对不对？
you agree. It has not been done, I think. And yet, it lends itself to romance, my friend. All
试一下没问
around
题
us,
吧？
people of all classes, of all nationalities, of all ages. For 3 days, these people, these strangers to one another, are brought together. They sleep and eat under one roof. They cannot get away from each other. At the end of the journey, they part. They go their several ways, never perhaps to see each other again.
Certainly it interests us, inviting us to watch and wonder about their lives.
I know you, my friend. Even now, your mind, it is at work. Let us test it. For example, what do you make of those two?
I was visiting my daughter. She works at the American Embassy in Istanbul. I told her she'd never find a husband there. Since I wanted to see Paris on my way home, she told me I should take this high-class train. I can't wait to see Paris. It looks beautiful in the movies, but it couldn't be more beautiful than Schenectady in the good old US of A. That's where I'm living now. And you, Miss Debenham, was it? Where do you hail from?
I was born in the UK.
Oh, that's in England, isn't it? What do you do for a living?
那公主是独自旅行吗？不是，
I see.
她有带她的那个下属来。
My daughter speaks several languages. Let me tell you about her work. It's very important.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
他才刚说完我就忘了。
Can't wait to see Paris. It looks
Oh, yeah.
beautiful in the movies, but it couldn't be more beautiful than Schenectady in the good old US of A. That's where I'm living now. And you, Miss Debenham, was it? Where do you hail from?
I was born in the UK.
Oh, that's in England, isn't it? What do you do for a living?
I teach English to children in other
这个
countries.
是对的，连你是错的。你看这个看起来就40岁，这哪里看起来像40岁？
That happens to me a lot.
There is much you can learn about someone just by observing them and listening. For example, that lady is reserved. She reveals little. She is self-contained. Some secret prompts her to allow her dinner companion to carry the conversation. I confess, in this case, what I witnessed in Istanbul suggests more. But I will
这
respect
连你都有
her
阴
pace.
A 吗？
You will always
看外表
amaze me.
就我从 demo 玩到现在，感觉起来看外表，但说实在的，他外表做的很不明显，超级。
Mia, you can feel the power of our engine. We climb into the mountains with ease. I know something about the power, and this baby has it in spades.
There's something special about a train. I'll give you that. I sell toys, and model trains are one of our biggest items. And not just for children either.
You sell model cars too?
Sure, but give me a train any day.
Oh, my friend. What do you have against the cars? Now I work at Fortuna in Italy as a spokesperson. We are producing the next generation of electric cars, the Fortuna Firenze. Like the city, it is beautiful. We got the competitors looking over their shoulders so much, they're going to hit something.
Didn't mean to be insulting. It's just that there's something magical about a train.
I do not think that's the right answer.
We climb into the mountains
他该
with
不会只有
ease.
生几
I
岁
know
吧？
something about the power, and this baby has it in spades.
There's something special about a train. I'll give you that. I sell toys, and model trains are one of our biggest items. And not just for children either.
You sell model cars too?
Sure, but give me a train any day.
Oh, my friend. What do you have against the cars? Now I work at Fortuna in Italy as a spokesperson.
I must admit I'm not right
Huh?
this time.
哈？这哪里看起来像35岁？
Voila. The loud gentleman is very confident. a master of his own fate. It is as much in the inflection as it is in the words. He believes in winning. Also, that he is the one who will win.
You are a magician.
Oh, it is not a parlor trick, my friend. It is simply observation.
到底哪里看起来像35岁啦？哇，看起来好吃哦！
My friend, this is one of the best desserts I have ever eaten.
You have always had the sweet tooth.
But this, it is a masterpiece.
完了，太阳炮一
I
了。
can't understand how the dessert can be so good. I would love to know what the recipe is.
可以看其他人吗？不行，我只能看我的。哦，看不懂。前菜啊，至于莱蒙切肉油醋啊，大麦粗面粉天然母面包，鲜脆听酥。主菜啊。 香奶油烤龙虾搭配东方香料油煎马铃薯左泡奶油，为什么2个字中间都要有空格？甜点特日东方快车惊喜甜点，他妈的有奖跟没奖没两样。显示不出来，那不就完蛋了？
Tell what flavor the ice cream is.
Given the color, I think it's vanilla ice cream.
Of course. What is the red fruit?
这看起来像草莓，覆盆子吧
It looks like a raspberry.
You have a good eye, Poirot.
然后最下面那个是什么？
Biscuit is the foundation of the dessert. All else is built upon it. What do you think?
基底是种什么材料？巧克力慕斯，有点巧克力的感觉，可是这个看起来又像压色饼干。
It looks like crushed biscuits, my friend.
Finally observed, indeed. Poirot, I am embarrassed to ask you a great favor.
对面那个是胖子，不
I
是
am
瞎
on
子。
this train due to the great favor you have done me. How may I assist you?
This dessert is sublime. If only I had the recipe. Unfortunately, the pastry chef, Miss Nielsen, she will guard her secrets. But you, my friend, I am sure you could make her confess.
You wish me to persuade the pastry chef to give up her recipe?
You who are the expert at interrogation.
Book, it is a dessert.
It is the pinnacle of desserts. You, my friend, who, as you say, are on this train. I blush to remind you.
Fine, you win. Again, what
你
wouldn't
老
I
师
do
请了
for you,
好
my
啊。
Oh, thank you, Poirot. Good luck.
我能搭上这班火车都是因为你。好啊，没问题啊，这样请了啊。我比较好奇的是这个人，明明就认识这个人，那为什么他们2个要分开住？不能让别人发现吗？然后像是这一个跟那个秃头是一伙的。 啊，这2个认识了，坐在一起正常。这个是医生，然后我记得他的下属是，他的下属好像是坐在他后面这一个哎，那时候来帮他订那个车票。
Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening, sir. How can I help you?
That was a magnificent dessert you served us tonight. I wanted to tell you personally how much both Monsieur Bouc and I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, sir.
In fact, it is so good. Monsieur Bouc insists on knowing how you made it.
Oh, sir, I'm sorry. You must know a chef never gives away their recipes. But, well, you helped with the refrigerator, and without space in it for me, there would have been no dessert. Very well. To prepare tonight's dessert, first I melt sugar to
糖煮
make
成焦
caramel.
糖
Then I spread this
焦
caramel
糖
to
涂
make
抹
tuile.
开制作
The
薄
tuile
片
to tuile, I add a small scoop of lemon ice cream, and I put the whole thing on a strawberry crown.
Poirot, you are suspicious even now. The pastry chef gave up her prized recipe a little.
柠檬冰淇淋
I sense she wasn't entirely honest with me.
怎么可能是柠檬？糖煮成焦糖，焦糖涂抹开来制作成薄片。对啊，还说草莓。
She is lying, but why? Thank you for sharing your recipe with me, but I doubt those are strawberries you're using.
Oops. You have a good eye,
这真的是
Mr.
柠
Poirot.
檬。
Very well. What fruit do you think I used?
You used raspberries, not strawberries. I'm not fooled.
You're right. Mr. Book, he couldn't tell the difference. Let's move on to the bottom part of the dessert.
My favorite part of the dessert.
First, I melted some butter. I crumbled pieces of chocolate into the butter. Then I placed the mix in a circular mold. Finally, I let the whole thing cool down to let it harden.
巧克力碎片不是吧？草莓要放蚊子风扇，真是瞎了，确实哎。
Certainly not chocolate that you've crumbled.
I see you do have an excellent palate. Do you know what ingredients I used?
A clever pastry chef might mix crushed biscuits with butter to create this delicious base.
That's it. You're getting closer to the entire recipe.
覆盆子跟草莓蜜就差很多。
I've caught murderers with less difficulty than this.
I'll give you one last challenge. I'm sure you will be able to figure out the order I mix my ingredients in. If you can, you will have earned my recipe.
Mademoiselle, solving the murder of Roger Ackroyd was easier than this.
甜点加入顺序，香草是在面粉前面加入的，鸡蛋是最先或最后加。干你！真的耶！陈皮加入的时间比面粉晚，所以香草、面粉、陈皮绝对不能连续加入糖和奶油。那我们就先来排一下。 香草是哪一个？等一下，香草是哪一个？这个是面粉，这是陈皮。先这样排，这应该是香草。鸡蛋是最先或最后加入的。鸡蛋绝对不能连续加入糖和牛奶。 不能连续加入糖和牛奶，所以糖跟牛奶要隔一段。糖加入的时间比香草晚，就是这样。鸡蛋和陈皮在食谱里面是列在一起的。鸡蛋和陈皮，好，只能猜到是这样子了。 是牛奶、香草、糖。香草是在面粉前面加入，对，面粉前面。那鸡蛋是最先或最后，不是最先，所以它一定是最后。 鸡蛋和陈皮在食谱里列在一起，因为陈皮加入的时间比面粉晚，所以鸡蛋已经排到陈皮后面。他们两个列在一起。对，有可能是这样。 那又说鸡蛋是最先或最后加入的，所以鸡蛋只有1或6这个选项。对，看起来就这样了。不是哪里是错的？面粉前面。不能连续加入糖或奶油，陈皮加入的时间比面粉晚。香草是在面粉前面加入的哦，前面，所以它是一定的，那就是这个，这是糖，糖加入的时间比香草晚。对他没说多晚，但他一定是在3、4、5这个。陈皮加入的时间比面粉晚，对，但他只能在这一个，应该是这样了，就这样了。
voilà。
中文真是博大精深啊！
As promised, my recipe is yours. Give me 5 minutes to write it down for you.
结果是糖跟面粉。
I am in your debt.
因为他刚说香草是在面粉前面加入的，所以香草一定会在面粉前面。
Did you enjoy the meal?
I'm not used to meals like this.
Have restaurants in Kenya?
Actually, we do. This isn't the 1930s.
I did not mean to offend.
You didn't like the meal?
The lobster, it was undercooked.
你又喜欢了？
I expect, being Princess Dragomirov's assistant,
龙虾没煮熟，饼干没干。
Maka baka aka waka mika baka Maka baka aba yaka mika aka o Hamdan aka pan iya you Maka baka aka baka mika maka
Did you enjoy the meal?
I'm not used to meals like this.
You do not have good restaurants in Kenya?
Actually, we do. This isn't the 1930s.
I did not mean to offend.
You didn't like the meal?
The lobster, it was undercooked.
马铃薯太干。
The potatoes were too dry.
咖喱香肠。
Being Princess Dragomirov's assistant, you must be used to eating well.
Cooking is an art. You do not need to wear the chef's hat to be an artist.
What is your favorite dish?
Curry roast. It is a specialty of mine.
没错，就是咖喱香肠。咖喱香肠哦。可是那个米哥是哪里人呢？瑞士吗？瑞士不是都喜欢吃什么？德国吗？感觉他不像是英国人。公主哎，35岁，明明就33岁。不可能76岁，也只有33岁。德国。
That's the right answer.
偷看解答。
I made a lot of progress on the expenses last night, sir. I should be done by tomorrow morning.
You're supposed to be a fast worker.
你看刚刚那个看起来就不像33岁啊。
Working here is not as comfortable as in our office in Boston.
You're lucky to ride in a train like this.
That was easy.
Here you are, sir.
这个怎么那么轻松
My
啊？
recipe. Please tell Mr. Book he should not expect my recipes for the other desserts.
Thank you very much, mademoiselle. I know he will sincerely appreciate the gesture, and I will make certain he gets the message.
Poirot.
这不是你要了，可以。87岁。
It proved more challenging than I expected.
This is wonderful. Did it require the use of your little gray
废话，
cells?
我头脑都快
More the
烧了。
exercise of my little taste buds.
Thank you so much, my friend. Eat your dessert. You've earned it.
我觉得我今天脑袋不够用了。好了啦，死人，你想讲什么话？
Good evening. My name is Ratchet. I think that I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Hercule Poirot, is that so?
You have been correctly informed, monsieur.
Your exploits are well known on my side of the Atlantic. In my country, we come to the point quickly. Mr. Poirot, I want you to take on a job for me. Are you interested in earning a lot of money?
My clientele, monsieur, is limited nowadays. I undertake very few cases.
Why, naturally. I understand that. But this, Mr. Poirot, means big money. Big money.
Big money. 美国人，商人，62岁。哎，轻轻松松啊。
Gray cells did not let me down.
What is it you wish me to do for you, monsieur Ratchet?
Mr. Poirot, I am a rich man. A very rich man. Men in that position have enemies. I have an enemy.
Monsieur, in my experience, when a man is in a position to have, as you say, enemies, then it does not usually resolve itself into one enemy only.
Yes, I appreciate that point. Enemy or enemies, it doesn't matter. What does matter is my safety. My life has been threatened, Mr. Poirot. Now, I'm a man who can take pretty good care of himself. But as I look at it, a little insurance wouldn't hurt. And remember, big money.
I regret, monsieur, that I cannot oblige you.
What's wrong with my proposition?
If you will forgive me for being personal,
我不喜欢
I
你
do
的长
not
相。
like your face, Mr. Ratchet. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to finish my coffee
好哦。
peacefully.
原来白裸是会树敌的人，而且是这么容易就树敌。他妈的，开门见山就直接跟人说：“啊，他妈你，我不喜欢你长这样啊！”好哦，原来白裸这么鸡掰的吗？又在吵，又在吵。哦，没东西。哎，哎，我的胡子。
Trophy for my collection.
哦，我就急歪啊！没事啊，你看，他会自己关，有没有？他会自己关，他会自己关嘛，对不对？不需要我。每个人都好浪费哦，那个水果摆在那都不吃完再走，哎，受不了哎。 好啊，然后那个雷希特住在我隔壁啊，我才刚搬到一个新的地方要睡觉而已，然后他就死了，他就死掉了，很棒啊！
A nightcap, Monsieur Poirot?
A cup of coffee, Monsieur Fauché. Then I will retire to my new compartment.
I'm sure you will find it to be most comfortable.
We have stopped?
Yes, sir. Belgrade Station. If you'd like to go out and get some fresh air, now is the time. The train leaves at 9:15.
No, I see that it is snowing. I will not seek out the fresh air.
Probably a wise decision. May I suggest a chocolate to accompany your coffee? It is produced by my father, the best chocolatier in Switzerland.
I would never refuse a chocolate with such high recommendation.
I know you will enjoy it, and please let me know if there is anything else you require.
对视人，酒保，28岁，这就很明显。
That happens to me a lot.
Everything was perfect. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Is there anything you require, monsieur?
No, merci.
No, thank you. 连续猜错有惩罚吗？我不知道哎。我们可以之后存一个答案来试试看。好啦，目前知道我们的旅馆少了一个胡子。现在剩下这个人是谁不知道，这个目前还没猜，这个也还没猜。他比那个他比我们在 demo 版的时候还多了几个人，像这两个 demo 版里面没有。啊，我记得 demo 版好像。也没看过这一个。BF2042是不是限免了？限免吗？2042是那个什么吗
？You said you were getting off at Belgrade.
You misunderstood me.
But man, your baggage, it's gone.
It has been moved into another compartment. That is all.
Oh, I see.
我记得我好像，该打炮了，兄弟！原来是 H game 吗？哎，不对，不是 H game， 战争游戏。竟然是战争游戏吗？
I wish you a good night, Monsieur Poirot.
Good night.
可是我不喜欢那个打炮。
I hope you'll sleep well and that your head will be better in the morning.
It is just the cold. I'm now making myself a cup of tea.
是你大叔的爱你不行，别玩了，别玩了，我也不行。
So. Good night.
Well, good night, my dear. What a brave girl. On the other hand, that man there in the next cabin, Monsieur Ratchet, he scares the hell out of me. There's something wrong about that man. My daughter always says I'm very intuitive. When Mama gets a hunch, she's dead right. That's
Mama 的一感觉都受不了啊。
I've got a hunch about that man. He's next door to me, and I don't like it. I put my bags against the communicating door last night. I thought I heard him trying the handle. Well, whoever you are, I'm going right to bed to read. Good night.
Good night, madam.
这模组做的很旧。
Monsieur Ratchet seems very upset.
他头顶秃一块。作者是支持性别平权，我是不知道啊，但我觉得他角色说真的没有做的很好看。哇，我的房间怎么那么简陋？这隔壁房间，我房间就这样啊，也好了，总比两个人住一间好了。过不去了，我缺一个胡子哎，我缺一个胡子哎，我的胡子。 没有厕所啊，哪里有厕所？这看起来像厕所吗？这只是洗手间。它没有，它厕所是公共的，是你可能要到这个车尾那边才有一间厕所。我要什么事情没完成？旁边不是有门啊？那个是201号房，是这里201号房。对，那不是厕所，那是201号房。我就不知道为什么他们要做这个啊，就是2间房间是连通的，然后你如果不想要对方进来，你就直接把门那个锁住。
Ah, finally
真的
a real bed fit for a king or a very tired detective.
这里的门都是自动门。作者知道我夜袭人，你说啥呢？那是鼎鼎大名的白罗哎。12:37，干嘛啦？好大小。
Monsieur Ratchet?
Ce n'est rien, je me suis trompé.
啊？12:37，故意给我看这个。有没有什么东西？打看走廊，看看外头是怎么回事？不给看啊！我房门只能开这样。还是我继续看会有那个不一样的东西？没有。这时候雷奇特已经被杀了，然后还是少了一个胡子。干啥东西？睡没多久又起来，我干你娘
Good night, madam.
干嘛？有人阻止我们？
The American lady?
Yes, don't worry. You'll know how Mrs. Hubbard is. Imagine to yourself the time I have had with her. She insists, but insists, that there is a man in her compartment. Just imagine it, monsieur. In a space of this size, where would he conceal himself? I argue with her. I point out that it is impossible. She insists. She woke up and there was a man there.
这时候的白我差不多才40-50岁吧？算老人吗
The door bolted behind him, but she will not listen to reason.
That one does not leave time to listen. The train has stopped, Mr. Michel?
We have run into a snowdrift. Heaven knows how long we shall be here. I remember once being snowed in for 7 days.
Where are we?
Between Vinkovsky and Brod.
Oh la la. It's
Oh
time
la
for me to
la.
go back to bed.
I wish you a good night, monsieur. Or what is left of it.
哦啦啦！再看一下，留意小位置，确实，这时候是1:15，刚刚是12:37，12:37 1:15 ，OK。又花了5分钟睡着了，又过了25分钟。怎样都睡不着，很忙哎。 肯定看过啊，看到啊，尤其那个豆腐啊，肯定看到啊。1:46的时候，米歇尔不在。OK， 这边来到了我们 demo 版了。12:37，雷契特房间有声音，就是有犯人躲在他房间。然后1:15，那个不知道叫什么歌的蛇的美国女士起来说，跟那个什么小的人米歇尔讲说，他房间里面有人。这边撞衫了吗？没有。这边是因为下雪下太多，所以先停在这边。
Finest of curling irons for the moustache. Wax to preserve the perfect symmetry of the moustache.
对，积雪挡住了，所以他们要清雪。
The train still hasn't left.
像这样子，那个雪都已经积得那么高了，然后这边是没有脚印的，所以犯人是没有从那边逃跑。OK。刚201号房的人开门，然后往那边跑，也不知道是201号房还是几号房。然后我们这时候应该是第2章了啦。对，第2章，第0章1章都缺一个胡子，漂亮。看那胡子到底是挡？他妈的，到底是在哪？还是该不会这游戏有2周目？那些找不到胡子要2周目才找得到？我都已经地毯式搜索成这样子，我还没看到那些胡子。作者该不会有这么恶趣味吧？少一个肯定要拔自己的胡子啊！确实啊，确实啊，把自己胡子拔起来就不用少一个胡子啊。这个房门是红的，房门是黑的，我房门也是红的，是红的。那么问题来了，为什么只有这间是黑的？然后这间也是红的，5间里面只有1间是黑的，啊 ，VIP 包厢是不是啊
Good morning, Monsieur Michel.
Good morning, sir. Please enjoy our special breakfast in our restaurant.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
有白色的。没有，没有任何胡子。胡子到底藏在哪？
This delay is intolerable. I am supposed to be demonstrating the Firenze in Paris in 2 days.
Ah, your electric car.
你看啊，那个时代已经有智慧型手机了。
Bad luck. If I miss that demonstration,
他故事是把60年的那个时间放现代。
Day after tomorrow. How am I going to catch it now? I can't even.
Good morning, madam. The snow is a predicament, is it not?
I am Russian. Snow is no stranger to me.
Ah, the accent. Would it be St. Petersburg?
You are very perceptive. Monsieur Poirot, is it not?
May I take it? I have the honor of addressing Princess Natalia Dragomirov.
We dispense with the old titles these days. My husband, all of my past, was taken from me by these Stalinists. When they were gone, I became director of the St. Petersburg Museum of Antiquities to restore and preserve what I can of my country's history.
Still, the delay must be vexing.
If I must be late for my appointments, then they will wait.
I know that I would certainly wait, madame. It has been my extreme pleasure to make your acquaintance, madame.
Au revoir, Monsieur Poirot.
俄罗斯人。
Beautiful piano, what a luxury. Pity there's no one to play it.
我觉得这个钢琴放的位置不是很好，后面不应该要有座位。这样我弹钢琴的时候，后面只要一直咔咔咔，我他妈会很堵啦。
Mademoiselle, you are not concerned about the train stopping?
What can one do?
Indeed, this does not make the train move. You have great strength to remain calm at a time like this.
I know one far, far stronger than I.
And that is?
Well, that old lady, for instance. You have probably noticed her. She just has to lift her little finger and ask for something in a polite voice, and the whole train runs.
It runs also for my friend Monsieur Bouc, but that is because he is a director of the line, not because he has a masterful character.
You don't have to have a strong will when you have power. But I suspect I did not need to tell you that, Mr.
Poirot.
Mr. Poirot.
Mr. Poirot!
Good morning, Mr. Fauchet. You have early customers, I see.
Yes, I am stuck serving here as well at breakfast. Everyone is impatient. They keep complaining that the train is not moving. As if I could get out and push it.
It's too early for me to order a boxcar. That is the appropriate drink, I believe.
A gin, triple sec, lemon and grenadine mix. A drink for a train indeed.
But not perhaps for my breakfast. I think I will settle for an omelette.
Good luck, sir. Miss Nielsen is helping to serve in the dining car.
喂，我比较在乎的是啊，我的胡子呢？我的胡子呢？
The Orient Express bar is certainly well stocked.
我的胡子呢？我们整个卡在那个桥墩上了。胡子呢？没有胡子，人生没什么意义。啊，白罗，没有胡子的白罗是白罗吗？
How long are we expected to be stranded here?
It won't do much good complaining to me. That fellow there with the moustache, he may know something.
Excusez-moi, sir.
Yes?
Monsieur Bouc asks for you to join him in compartment 203.
刚才刚走过来，又要回去203包厢。
Poirot, can you tell us anything?
I can tell you the snow, it will not move aside on its own.
Of course, but you obviously have some influence with Bouc.
I am going to see him now. I will ask him if he has any information.
胡子呢？都没有胡子。你们这边总该有胡子了对吧？妈的，有够胖不给过！啊，胡子在击球草里面。这一张有3个。这一张又3个，我们总是会少找一个。哎，这也不能过去。 这是正式版的，对啊，早安啊403，正式版昨天就出了，可是我累没有玩，我累啊！不在的时候我已经破了2个案件了，我唯一破不了的是他们年龄，他们年龄有够难猜的啊！就像你看这个女人，你看她这样看起来几岁？ 50，哇，那你还把他想的真老哎，他只有40岁。 然后再来看这个男的，你这样看他几岁？这个男的看起来几岁？40上下。哇，那你是很会猜欸。35岁，很接近了。我的胡子呢？没有胡子。
Monsieur Book is waiting for you in front of room 203.
好了啦，我知道啦，有死人呐，有死人呐。
My good friend, come in. We have need of you.
What has occurred?
A passenger lies dead in his bed, stabbed.
A passenger? Which passenger?
In there. He's an American, a man called Ratchet. It was his valet, Masterman, who was worried that Mr. Ratchet was not awake yet. Pierre Michel, the conductor, decided to break in and found the body.
I see.
别人玩色色游戏用脑过度，为什么看别人玩色色游戏会用脑过度啊？
Oh, I tried to call the police, but there is no cell tower for many kilometers. We could be stuck in the snow for hours. The murderer is with us. On the train, now! The sooner we catch him, the sooner we'll be out of danger. The Dr. Constantine is already examining the body.
Mon ami, this is not a missing train ticket.
色色游戏要猜日文单字，
We must wait for
哪一款色色游戏啊？不会是探灵直播吧？
I will take full responsibility.
Book, you ask. Well, if we cannot contact the outside
那最近还真多
world,
色色游戏。
You are going to drive me crazy. In truth, this problem intrigues me. I was reflecting not half an hour ago that many hours of boredom lay ahead whilst we are stuck here. And now, a problem lies ready to my hand.
You accept then?
C'est entendu.
手机的游戏
in my hands.
为什么御神幻想吧？
Mr. Poirot, I am Dr. Constantine.
Forgive me, Doctor. You are a medical examiner?
No, but I have assisted in post-mortems at Nairobi Hospital, where I am a teaching fellow.
I am familiar with your excellent institution.
I do not intend to perform a full autopsy, but a preliminary examination should be of some use.
Of course. May I have a look? Then we can compare notes.
Please. If you need any help, I won't be far away.
比利时、摩洛哥，他是医生。
Mr. Poirot, I am Dr.
我忘记那时候我选哪里耶？
You are a medical examiner?
No.
然后这个我记得他是
post-mortems at Nairobi Hospital, where I am a teaching fellow.
I am
他好像不是8、9岁，
I do
他
not
4、7
intend to
岁，
perform a full autopsy, but a preliminary examination should be of some
看起来不像4、7岁。
May I have a look? Then we can
康
compare
斯坦丁好像是什么摩洛哥哦，
I won't be far away.
还是比利时？
I must admit I
不是
not right.
比利时，
Do not think that's the right answer.
肯亚啊，他是肯亚人，
That's the right answer.
然后他只有4、7岁，哈哈哈哈，他只有4、7岁，
Where can the killer have gone?
他只有4、7岁，
Snow was falling only lightly this morning. The murderer would have left tracks in the snow if he a box of sleeping pills. I'll take photos.
啊，我记得我那时候在那边想一下子1000多，他这边翻译有错误，他只有做花束，然后花束会变成原来2倍。 我记得那时候我是算2000朵，1990，就是2000减10朵，好像是正确。我原本是想说990，然后的2倍，没有，事实上它是990的2倍，就是。
Expensive clothing, recently laundered.
I 等一下看一下。
I wonder what could be in this photo.
让我们快速给他带一下。哎，哎，我在这。有了，有了。干嘛？像这个可以转的，可以转就轻松多了。
For Daisy. Interesting.
Et voilà.
voilà。还有什么？好像不需要什么。这样。我记得这个码是1980。对。它上面解说是原本的2倍，结果你是要先1000朵扣掉10朵之后再乘以2，所以它不是原本的，它原本是1000，然后我讲的是原本1000，然后原本的2倍是2000，然后你少10朵是1990，结果它是1980。
Not very surprising. Unusual letter this. Unusual letter this.
我觉得他这边是翻译错误。我在试玩版的时候，那边这里地方解一小段时间。
A meeting place on the back of a postcard.
对啊。可是他有说数量变成原本的2倍，原本是1000。
Ratchet had an appointment he will never keep. I'll take photos. Ratchet had an appointment.
这张，这上面有讲有没有？躲在开了1000朵花的森林里，摘下10朵花作为花束。突然间，花束变成一只蝴蝶，地上的花朵开始变成原来的2倍之多。原来的2倍，原来是1000朵。如果说变成2倍之多，那就是990。这里座还摆嘞，里面还有东西耶。
Not exactly the reading material one would expect of a man like Ratchet.
哦，这样就没了，这样就没了。白色没了。
This door communicates with compartment 204. The latch is open on this side. The chain lock is broken. Monsieur Michel told me that he broke the chain on the door to get into the room. The watch is broken. The hands are stopped at 1:15 a.m. One would expect that to be the time the attack occurred.
实际上是第一次起床的时候。
As you see, the victim has been
12:37 分。
Several alone would have been fatal.
Yes, I agree. An attack most savage.
I will, of course,
这是我们第一次醒来的时间点。
report on my findings.
Thank you. This phone was deliberately smashed. Last night, Monsieur Ratchet said he takes precautions. I see now what he meant. He knew he was in danger and wanted to be ready, yet it was no use to him. I will leave it here for the police.
真的手机蛮不合理，您是说砸坏智慧型手机吗？
Did it belong to Ratchet?
Banana， 这什么啊？我忘记这是什么了。手帕。
A handkerchief. There's a letter H embroidered on it.
它这个背景设定在今年2023。香蕉油。
I'm sure I will find some interesting.
里面有安眠药粉。 看起来没东西了，对啊，前面高级饭店不合理，现在高级饭店根本不是长那样。我才说他那个高级饭店是很不合理。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I can't imagine Ratchet taking a sleeping pill if he feared for his life.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
我的脑细胞让我失望了。
That was easy.
我觉得他这个也放在 demo 版也不合理，因为 demo 版很后面才，在这一段之后才跟我们讲说，他两个手下是这两个人，然后正式版是我们一开始就可以知道那两个人是他的手下。所以 demo 版的时候，我完全不知道他两个手下到底是谁。
I'm sorry, Doctor, but I must question you.
Of course. I must be considered under suspicion like everyone else.
May I know your movements last night?
I share compartment 101 with Mr. Book. He would not stop talking about his beloved train. I listened to him for hours talking about his Orient Express.
My friend Book will no doubt confirm this. Did you know the victim?
Not at all. I noticed him last night at dinner, but I did not pay much attention.
Did you touch anything in here this morning?
I checked for a pulse. There was none. Rigor mortis had commenced. The body was cool to the touch. I touched nothing else.
What can you tell me about the victim?
He died from multiple
医生那么年轻开始是工作
varying
繁重，
angles and depth.
你在说
More
反
than
话
one
对吧？
would have been fatal. I would place the time of death
看起来有够老的
roughly
欸
between midnight and 2 a.m. With more time,
然后
I
你跟我
hope
说
I
他只有
can
47
be more
岁，
precise.
那个胡子都白
I
了。
assume the open window complicates matters.
Indeed, conditions are not perfect.
Thank you for your help, Doctor.
哎，我记得还有一个啊，这个。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
20岁出头就少年版的，好像还真的没看过哎。
So, the murderer must have exited through Madame Hubbard's room. That's the right answer.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
哎，米歇尔是肯定有哦。
I think I've seen everything I need at the moment. I'm counting on you to finish your
肯定有看到的。
I'll have a more detailed report for you as soon as I can.
So, Poirot, did you find anything out?
It's a bit early for the handcuffs, my friend. Even for Hercule Poirot. Do not worry, mon ami. I believe our culprit has no plans to strike again. Monsieur Ratchet was the target. Of that I am convinced. Tell me, Book, how did you spend last night?
This is a joke, I hope. Don't you trust your old friend?
My friend, calm yourself. I must hear your story in order to corroborate other accounts.
Ah, naturally. Let me see. I went to my compartment after dinner. Dr. Constantine was already there. We talked about his career. He's a Cambridge man, you know. After university, he returned to his country and has done much good there. He was so interested in the Orient Express. I told him all the anecdotes
并没有，他没有感兴趣，
when we fell asleep.
是你强加给他的。
It was very late.
Here is what I have found out. Monsieur Ratchet was stabbed many times. I also found threatening letters in his safe. He had a loaded gun under his pillow, so he was on guard, ready to defend himself. However, there was an empty glass with white residue at the bottom. I suspect a barbiturate. Perhaps he was forced to take it. In any case, I am certain he was unconscious, unable to defend himself. I also found several other items at the crime scene, possibly related to the murder. They must be investigated.
By all means, Poirot. As fast as you can.
I also found liquid for an electronic cigarette, but I could not find a vape. This might belong to the murderer.
This criminal is an amateur.
I need a list of the passengers with their compartment numbers.
Pierre Michel will have it.
I must interview the rest of the passengers and the staff.
I'll be in the bar car if you need me. We are hours late. Soon I hope help will arrive.
先去找找其他人。我不能看我现在胡子有多少，我的胡子有几个了？3个。算了，先去找他们2个问话。正常来讲，应该要先去隔壁的那个太太那边问话，但他们2个比较远，来问他们好了。然后我记得试完版的时候，那不是就从这边开始看。
I can barely talk. I have a terrible toothache.
We have a doctor on board the train.
爱调配那个，我忘记他的顺序。
Essential oils. If you can find my flask of clove oil.
对啊，有个音控密码。
I would be grateful.
然后那个 book 会在那边一直吵。
I will help you.
那个密码是多少啊？
By the smell, I think that the jojoba oil spilled on the other bottles, leaving their labels illegible. I must find another way to find which one is Masterman's toothache remedy. The weighing scale is soaked in jojoba oil. It's unusable. Ah, this old scale will do the job. To start, I must first arrange the vials from the lightest to the heaviest.
Yeah. 我突然忘记他刚刚讲什么。那我记得好像是7丁香哦，黄色比较重，没有蓝色比较重，蓝色先放这边，黄色比较重，绿色比较重。 红色比较重，那黑色是最轻的。红色跟绿色，红色比较重，红色比较重，蓝色比较重。
Now that I know the order,
OK， 就这样。
I think that I can easily guess which one is the clove oil. Here is Monsieur Masterman's remedy.
257。
Here is your remedy. I hope it will help.
Thank you very much, sir. Ah, well, I can finally speak without too much pain. I'm ready to answer your questions.
You are Monsieur Ratchet's valet?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
这太没用了吧
That your employer was.
你要这么样再多一具尸体吗
A very shocking occurrence.
我希望再多一具尸体。
You are Monsieur Ratchet's valet?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Were you told that your employer was murdered?
Yes, sir.
是哪里
A
人
very shocking occurrence.
美国人。他们3个好像都是美国
I'm
人。
right again. That happens to me a lot.
At what hour did you last see Monsieur Ratchet?
It must have been around 9 p.m., sir. That or a little after. I went to bed around 10:30 p.m., same as the person who shares my room, Mr. Foscarelli. He almost immediately began snoring.
What did you do then?
I read, sir, and I spent a while soothing my toothache with clove oil and listening to the snoring.
Did you hear anything during the night?
Yes, my roommate's snoring.
Are you a smoker?
Yes, sir. I have a cigarette now and then to relax.
Tell me about your employer, Monsieur Ratchet.
I've been working for him for 9 months. I should not wish to speak ill of the dead, but he was not a gentleman, sir.
Did you know that he had enemies?
Yes, sir. I heard him discussing some threatening letters, sir, with Mr. McQueen.
Did he mention these letters to you?
He had been reading a letter when I came in. He asked me if I was the one who put it in his compartment. I told him that I had done no such thing, and he should report it to the police at the next station.
How did he respond?
He laughed, sir.
You're joking.
I do not joke, sir.
Forgive me, I can see you do not. Was he taking sleeping pills?
Always when traveling by train, sir. He said he couldn't sleep otherwise. Last night he asked me to give him 2. I did so, along with a glass of water. He dissolved them in the water.
Did you see him drink the water?
No, sir. I left right after I gave him the pills.
Was Monsieur Ratchet a smoker?
No. He finds smokers disgusting.
Can you tell me again why you gave sleeping pills to Monsieur Ratchet?
Yes, I gave him the pills because when he takes the train, he has trouble sleeping. The letter must have worried him. He specifically asked me to prepare the sleeping pills. I didn't see him drink the water with the pills in it.
火车时睡不着。
I need some hard evidence to prove he's lying.
我那时候在选什么？我忘记了。这个吗
I have no way to prove he's lying. Monsieur, I believe you are not telling me the truth.
硬 A 就对。
How can you say that?
He received threatening letters.
One,
it seems, last night. Did you know he had a gun under his pillow? And even asked for my help to watch over him? I find it strange that he asked you for sleeping pills when he was afraid for his life and prepared to defend himself.
I'm sure I don't know. Maybe to calm his nerves, maybe out of habit.
It makes no sense.
Wait, please. Isn't it possible that Mr. Ratchet asked me to prepare the pills, but didn't plan to drink them for some reason?
It is possible. But I am a student of character, monsieur.
那个男厨师要醉了没
Monsieur Ratchet you describe is not the man I met.
为什么是那个男厨师要醉
My toothache is getting worse.
哎呦，红月
I'm afraid this time you must prepare your own clove oil.
你昨天那个什么死人时间开台，他妈半夜起床那个上厕所，看到有一个神经病在开台，然后开台看电影，我的天！五子，几个疯子在那边要追剧。
Delightful trophy for my collection.
为什么追剧是从你的台开一起看呢
？Addressing Monsieur Hector McQueen.
Guilty as charged.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, sorry. Just an expression. My father used to say it.
就很奇怪， 11点12点开，然后是那种半夜2、3点在开。
No need to be modest. You're a detective.
You are Monsieur Ratchet's secretary?
I am Mr. Ratchet's secretary. Just over a year. I mainly take care of translating certain texts for him. Mr. Ratchet only speaks English.
Prepare yourself for a shock. Your employer, Monsieur Ratchet, is dead.
So they got him after all.
What do you
自己一
mean?
个人看就哦，对啊，就这样啊。
Assuming he was murdered?
I know he had
这样你就
enemies.
知道为什么我都要开台看影片了吧？
What can you tell me about Monsieur Ratchet?
He was American. He was an antiques dealer. I don't know much more. Mr. Ratchet never talked about himself or his life, but I think Ratchet wasn't his real name. And he
我们的
left the
厨师要
United
睡了
States
没
to？ run away from something.
拜托不要再给我
Someone.
再给我突然提，
He started getting letters.
靠我们的厨师来破案好吗？
Do you still have
厨师
them?
都叫毛利赢了
Did。you know that Monsieur Ratchet had asked for my help?
Asked you? No, I didn't know.
He knew he was in danger. When did you last see him?
Last night around 10 o'clock, I should say.
Did you like your employer, Monsieur McQueen?
No, I did not. He was, I'm sure, a cruel and dangerous man.
Can you tell me your movements last night?
I went back to my compartment. I read a little. In Belgrade,
完了，
I
我
went
觉得我
out
头脑
on
不
the
够用
platform，to
要记的
smoke,
东西
but
好
it was
多
cold. I quickly went back in. I then went to Mr. Ratchet's compartment to take some dictation for him. I left around 10 o'clock. I saw Captain Arbuthnot. We ended up chatting in my compartment. Then we went out on the platform to quickly stretch our legs at Binkovsky. He left around 2 o'clock.
Thank you. I will need to check Monsieur McQueen's story with Captain Arbuthnot. I found a diary in Monsieur Ratchet's safe. Did you know about it?
I kept a business appointment book, but I know he had a personal diary as well. That looks like it.
Are you a smoker?
Yes, I smoke cigarettes. I've tried to quit, but no luck.
Can you give me this letter, please?
Of course, here it is.
你该死了！谢谢你的帮义啊！
Was Monsieur Ratchet a smoker?
No, he hated the smell of smoke.
所以有人要把那个，你注意一点啊！有人要把那个证据先托给你啊！ 有人要把那个他的死欠托给你啊，知道吗？你小心一点啊。找到2个胡子啊，差一个。哦，这边也是红的，这边门都红的。哎呀，它这里门都红的哎，它不像那边有黑的。忘记试玩版的时候是在哪边找到第3个胡子啊？好像是这个女人的房间吗？我先找米歇尔问话，再找那个女的问话。
Monsieur Michel, I must ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
I will do everything I can to help.
First of all, tell me about yourself.
Very well. My name, as you know, is Pierre Michel. I am from Calais. I've been with the company for over 15 years.
Thank you.
加来是加拿大吗？管理员，这看起来像武器。
I do not think that's the right answer.
哎呀
Monsieur Michel, I must ask you a few
加来是
questions
哪里
if
人
you don't mind.
I will do everything I can to help.
First of all, tell me about yourself.
Very well. My name, as you know, is Pierre Michel. I am from Calais. I've been with the company for over
加来是哪里人
Thank you.
法国人吗？哦，加来是法国。
Et voilà.
所以我记得有一段是
Can you provide me with
半
a
夜
listing
1点
of
15
the
分的时候，
passengers
哎
and their rooms?
，12点37有人
Yes,
跟米歇尔讲了一段法国话。法语。
Are you a smoker?
Indeed.
Do you smoke e-cigarettes?
No. Tobacco only.
I would like to reconstruct with your help the events of last night. Monsieur Ratchet retired to bed. When?
Almost immediately after dinner, sir. Actually, before we left Belgrade.
Did anybody go into his compartment after that?
His valet, monsieur. Monsieur Masterman. And then his secretary, the young American gentleman. Monsieur McQueen.
And that is the last time you saw or heard of him?
No, monsieur. You forget that Monsieur Ratchet rang his bell around 12:40 a.m. Soon after we had stopped. I knocked at the door, but he called out in French, "Ce n'est rien, je me suis trompé." I then left to answer another bell that had just rung.
Where were you at 1:15 a.m.?
I was sitting on my little seat at the end of the car, facing up the corridor.
Are you sure?
I left a little after 1 a.m. to speak about the snow with my colleague Jean in the bar car. I came back later. There was a call. I remember speaking to you.
Indeed, I remember. Carry on.
It was the American lady, Madame Hubbard. She thought she saw a man in her compartment. Then, around 1:50 a.m., I made the bed for Monsieur Ratchet's secretary, Monsieur McQueen. He had spent the evening talking with the English Captain Arbuthnot. At 2 a.m., I returned to my place and stayed there until dawn.
What is the last station where we stopped?
Vinkovsky.
Could someone have come on board?
Possibly. I was very busy. Owing to the weather, we were a few minutes late. We left at 12:10 a.m.
OK， 哎，怎么还有东西没讲完？米歇尔先生的活动。
I do not think that's the right answer.
等一下，1点20分，对啊，哎，不对，对， 这就对了。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
轻轻松松啊，轻轻松松啊。然后再是回去找那个赫伯德太太这一间。
Good morning, madam. I am Hercule Poirot.
Caroline Hubbard. What can I do for you, Mr. Poirot?
I am the bearer of unfortunate news.
It's obvious with all the commotion that something has happened.
Madame Hubbard, I am afraid your neighbor, Monsieur Ratchet, was murdered last night.
Oh my God! I knew it! I knew it!
I would like to ask you some questions, but first, may I inspect your room?
Of course, yes, you must.
美国人，家庭主妇，60岁。这个我特别记得，因为你就是那个鸡歪人。
This door connects to Monsieur Ratchet's compartment. It was latched on this side. The luxury of the Orient Express is present in every detail. Here is a jacket button. It bears the logo of the Orient Express.
东方快车标志啊！啊，活着噶！这章节第3个全部打齐了，耶！
Madame, please tell me about last night.
The murderer was right here in my compartment. I woke up. All in the dark it was. I was just so scared I couldn't scream. I pressed the call button. I pressed and pressed. I heard footsteps running in the corridor, then a knock on my door. Come in, I screamed. And I switched on the lights at the same time. And would you believe it? There wasn't a soul there.
You think he went back into the other compartment?
How do I know where he went? I had my eyes shut tight. The conductor came in. I told the man what had happened, and he didn't seem to believe me. I asked him to search the room, but he found nothing. I told the conductor to look at the door between the compartments, and sure enough, it wasn't bolted. Well, I soon saw to that. I told him to bolt it, then and there.
就是这一段话，你怎么会看不到那个栓锁没上？
But I had. Well, as a matter of fact, I asked that Swedish lady, Olsen, Greta, if it was bolted, and she said it was.
How was it you could not see for yourself?
I was already in bed, and my toiletry bag was hanging on the hook of the door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was.
What time was it when you asked her to do this for you?
Oh, it must have been around 10:30 or 10:45 p.m. She'd come along to see if I had an aspirin. But instead of opening my door, she opened Mr. Ratchet's door by mistake. He said something quite rude, like, "Not a chance, lady, you're too old." It shocked her. She came in. I told her where to find the aspirin, and she got it out of my toiletry bag. Poor girl, she didn't have a good night.
The same could be said for Monsieur Ratchet. It appears Mademoiselle Olsen may be the last person to see Ratchet alive. Is this your handkerchief?
No, not at all.
Yet it is embroidered with an initial H, like your name.
I don't care. It's not mine, and I would certainly never buy something so impractical as that frilly thing.
Are you a smoker?
No, definitely not. Filthy habit.
I found a jacket button on your table. It looks like it belongs to a train employee.
我记得那个手帕好像在旅馆有看过。
Well, of course the conductor came in last night, but he didn't go near that table.
Still, it's a safe bet that it belongs to the conductor. I'll check his jacket later, to be sure. I have not finished inspecting your room. If you don't mind.
然后来这边，把这个门打开，拿出他的包包。 再来就是把这边拿下来。
Mrs. Hubbard was telling the truth about the latch of the connecting door.
哎，你说你看不到，不可能。 再把它包过去。
This hook is probably where Mrs. O'Bowd hung her toiletry bag.
事实就是你在说
I see
谎。
the latch very well from here, even with the toiletry bag attached. I'll have to clear that up with Mrs. O'Bowd.
我们看看那房间还有什么东西没收的。还有3个没收，一个东西没收，一个东西哦，一个东西还有什么收的呢？好像只剩换他讲话而已耶。这列车上这边没有东西。哦，我那品质好高哦。
Mrs. O'Bowd, you told me that the door connecting the two compartments was closed, correct?
Yes, it was, as I told you.
地
I
瓜
was
好
already
好
in bed
吃
and my toiletry bag
你
was
怎么
hanging
跑
on
去
the
吃
hook
地
of the
瓜？
door. I couldn't see the latch from where I was. That's why I asked Miss Olson to check if it was closed.
你在说谎！
Are you sure everything you've told me is accurate, Madame O'Bowd?
Of course. I have an excellent memory.
Mrs. O'Bowd, I tested putting
冰
your
地瓜好好
toiletry
吃
bag on the door hook as you told me. From your bed, you can easily see the latch on the door.
好好，
The
怎么晚上都有
toiletry
什么东西
bag
可以
does
吃
not
啊？
hide the latch at all.
Are you saying I'm lying? It may have been stuck somehow in a different position, or I may not have seen it in the darkness. Or I didn't think to look, you irritating man.
Details matter, madame. A man has been most savagely murdered. You will excuse me if I attempt to separate the truth from the false.
Forget my toiletry bag and focus on who entered my compartment. Probably after killing Mr. Ratchet.
Madame O'Bowd is a force to be reckoned with, but I suspect I'm not done with her. Thank you for your assistance, madame.
搜查线已完成，我找完了吗？3个。我他妈前天说要那个麦当劳，到现在都还没吃。啊、2天前、3天前。
While Monsieur Michel was chatting with Monsieur Fauchet
买
in
冰
the
地瓜
bar
也放着
tab
吃
between 1 a.m.
可是我不喜欢吃地瓜。
the murderer could have escaped Ratchet's room without being seen.
My little gray cells did not let me down.
Very well, I choose to go this way.
According to the information I have, this is a solid choice.
可是我不喜欢吃地瓜。哎，对，我那个2个助手，不是还有2个助手的那个嫌疑吗？
I found a button from an Orient Express staff jacket. Did you lose one by any chance?
No, monsieur. As you can see, I have all my buttons. It is
还
not.
是我现在买麦当劳来吃？还是现在就？哎，契特跟米歇尔说话。
not think that's the right answer.
凶手假装雷希特在凌晨12:37时还活着。对。
The murderer may have impersonated Ratchet by calling Monsieur Michel to make it seem that Ratchet was still alive at 12:37 a.m.
Et voilà.
实际上12:37之前就已经死掉了。不敢用枪。不可能开窗逃离，就这个。是不是快结束了？怎么说？麦奎恩演那个胖子是没死，胖子是还好。没有吧？麦奎恩是没嫌疑，马斯特曼有嫌疑。要点宵夜了，要点宵夜，这点是肯定的啊。
This is the most likely answer. This appears to be a good lead.
我要去找，哎，那个谁在哪？哎呀，那个谁在哪？上尉，他在106号房。OK。我们去106号房找他。还没，我们结束，还没结束，顶多就是点个宵夜吃而已。107不能进，106也不能进，现在干嘛？现在什么事情都不能做，人都已经问完了。等一下，中计。向顾客回答，我们再去他们房间问一下他们话。不给问话。OK。旁边那个不给问话，这个可以给问。啊，你不是牙痛？你不是牙痛？你不是会牙痛牙？203号房，再来看一下，医生还在吗？还在，可是不能向他问话啊。我还想会不会有什么遗失的东西，线索？没有。OK，什么都没遗漏了。 这个也没遗漏了，看起来可以跟咱们的 Book 讲讲我们的发现了。我们还没跟上尉讲话。
So, my friend, have you found our killer?
Not yet, but I will tell you what I have learned.
Please.
Our assassin could have gotten on the train at Vinkovsky disguised as a conductor, entered Ratchet's room, and killed him. Then he walked out through Madame Hubbard's connecting door, where he lost a button from his jacket. He had to wait for Monsieur Michel to be absent. He waited too long. The train had left the station.
He was trapped aboard.
Indeed. He had opened the window to make it look that he'd escaped that way. However, if he waited until the train stopped again due to snow, his footprints would have been found.
我前天工作回来，我点了个晚餐，
Is still among
因为
us
太累
on the train.
我就睡着。
There's a problem with the second-class toilets.
那个
What now?
All morning passengers have been
不
complaining
好意
that
思，
the
所以
door
我
is
打电话，
locked.
我完全没听到，
I knocked,
差点被
but
取
no
消
one
餐点。
answered. I didn't think I should open it without speaking to you first.
You did well, Monsieur Michel. Lead the way.
I use my master key.
听到你又在靠腰，怎样？你怎么了？
But who is she? Is she alive?
She is breathing.
Then if she's dead, isn't she our murderer?
That, my friend, is what we must find out.
抽卡爆死，这不是日常吗？
The ticket reads Joanna Locke, traveling in compartment 105. Miss, can you hear me?
妹子都不来，难过。
Breathing.
妹子，
Pulse is strong.
没
There is
事
no
啦，
sign of
你
physical
到死又不
violence.
是一
This
天
woman
两
is
天的事
sleeping
情，对不
very
对？
soundly.
就像我抽了1000卡，只有6张，
This
还不是
woman
暴
is
死？
sound asleep. Given her location, I would say she has been drugged.
啊，
and
这个妹子
deposited
就是你们
here.
有看过的啊。
At least it's
啊，
not
那个
another
第二个
murder
主角
on
啊
that。train.
The train is, of course, full.
Monsieur, the list I gave you indicates that Hildegard Schmidt shares her compartment.
I will want to talk to her later. For now, we will concentrate on this mysterious young lady. Let's return her to her more comfortable bed.
Good idea. Pierre, locate this
这
woman's
个妹
room
子是蜜大
and
腿
fetch the
护士，
doctor.
好想
Yes,
要
sir.
哦。
I will
护
question
士
her
哦
when，she wakes up.
Please,
Oh.
let me know what you
说
learn.
到护士，就让我想到过没多久的《沉默之丘》。
compartment is 105.
那个绷带
I
护士。
suggest we return her to her
好
more
想被她戳
comfortable
哦。
bed.
Yes, hopefully she will awaken soon.
好想跟他来一点激情的互戳啊！他用刀子戳我，我也用刀子戳他。听起来就很赞，有没有？又到这里了，又是该死的草人时间。
A briefcase and a wagon-lee conductor's jacket. And the button is missing.
有人被陷害了，哈！有没有 EPIC？ 没有。我原本想用那东西，但我觉得那东西
A cup of
不
tea
太
with white residue at
不太
the
可靠
bottom.，
我怕那个城市，所以我没有用。邪灵入侵可以领免费的，
Poirot, I'm disappointed in you.
闭嘴！
I was certain you would have it by now.
Book, silent like a mouse, please.
I'm sorry. You're
确
right.
实啊，
I'll be quiet now. You need to concentrate.
特地组一台电脑来装
Another
EPIC。
word.
等一下
Not one.
Book,
为什么你组一台装 EPS？ 我就不能组一台电脑来玩开心一点的游戏嘛，对不对？对啊，我没玩过，我也想玩啊。我是有看到他有在 Steam 在卖。
Animal is the same as in the photo found at the crime scene.
下礼拜有2代可以领。
Mademoiselle Locke appears to have been investigating Monsieur Ratchet.
我在等他的2啊，我记得他有公布要开2了。
Mademoiselle Locke seems very.
然后沉默之丘有新的。
Of course, she has
重置
studied the
版。
target.
Possibly. Her driver's license confirms her identity. She is American.
These
这
are
女
fake
的是
IDs.
1991年生的，12月1号。哦。
This badge says that Joanna Locke is an American detective with the
我知道啊，我
Berkshire
知道他很
Police
久了，
Department in Massachusetts.
因为他们最近都要有一些东西要重置。
哦，
我就很期待那个沉默之丘。
She has a gun.
Come, Poirot. Criminals are often known to carry one.
Ratchet was stabbed, not shot. But then why take it on the train?
Look, she's waking up.
Thanks to you, I would not be surprised if our murder victim were also waking up.
What?
你太吵了，你吵成这样子，他不醒也难。
Oh, my head. What's all the yelling about?
Who are you? Give me a good reason why you should not be in handcuffs.
I can give you a reason, Book. Whose handcuffs will we use? I have none. Do you?
Well,
You are Joanna Locke, mademoiselle?
Yes, Joanna Locke. I'm
他到底怎么
I'm a detective.
考上列车
Massachusetts
的那个车长
I have
的？
found your credentials, mademoiselle.
And I know who you are, Mr. Poirot.
Then if
这
the
个副科到底怎么当上高层？
complete, perhaps the
看起来有够笨
explanations
的。
may begin.
I'll try. It's simple, really. I'm on the trail of a murderer.
钱吗？原来是钱吗？哎，这边就是我们 demo 的结束的地方。哎，我先去厕所。
I had just been promoted to detective after 5 years on patrol. It was my first time on a major case. It had been a month since Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped. The Armstrongs were desperate for some sign of hope. I was there only for paperwork, to fill in some blanks.
Yeah. 真好，我也要牛排。要是可以用牛排换到
The
职位，
investigation is now part of a
我肯定
pile of
换烂。
investigations, and my captain sent me here just to dot some I's and cross some T's.
哎呀，先看一下，黛西·阿姆斯壮3岁女孩约翰和索尼娅·阿姆斯壮子女，受害者在2019年2月24日傍晚某时被掳走。绑票案发生在阿姆斯壮住所，当时这一处正在举办招待会。黛西的保姆莫罗小姐大约在晚上10点45分发现孩子失踪。10点45分。场所里面锁住的窗户被发现开着。附近声音是4人驱动车子。这傻小。按照要求，2019 3月1日付了100万美金的赎金，付了赎金还不给，还不把人给还回来。上校，为什么她长得跟那个刀疤有点像？这个女的长得也有点32岁，那时候在2016年，然后她时间点是这边的2023年，4年，6、7、8、7年，7年。中7年，然后他的岁数，那个人是40岁，这个男的已经，哦，该不会是换脸吧？应该不是我想的那样。
The phone record of the night of the kidnapping. The last call was for 911.
美肌少开一点。这边已经没有美肌了，每个人都是真材实料，把你人多丑用多丑。
A topographical map, often more important than a road map in these mountains.
还有什么可以搜？没了。又是像那个一样，车里面显示还有。然后我现在终于可以跑了。可以先去所有的地方看吗？不行，不给进去。
Good evening, Colonel Armstrong?
Yes. You're the detective they phoned about.
Joanna Locke.
I don't remember you.
I'm newly assigned to the case.
It's about time more detectives were involved. My wife, Sonia, she hasn't been herself. Every day is a waking nightmare for us. Tell me you've uncovered something new.
I'm here to speak to your daughter's nanny. There was a computer problem. Her earlier statement has been lost.
Oh, I see. We had hoped. Well, do as you wish. I won't be far if you need me.
我们的东方快车杀人案还没结束，我们就又接到了一个案子，梦回几年前。
Their fairy tale became a nightmare. How are you doing? Are you holding up?
You know, in the military, you're supposed to have the stiffest of upper lips. The Desert War taught me that soon enough. But this, it's difficult. Damned difficult. Harder on my good lady, of course.
Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
Her room is upstairs across the hall from Daisy's. She seldom leaves it.
看起来完全不像是会请那种女仆的房间。
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
代表他的时间没结束，白色的。白痴哦，到底是啥小？为什么梦回几年前我还要找八字胡？然后我有个很奇怪的问题，这个看起来像壁炉的东西里面塞了这个，然后下面一堆灰，然后右边怎么有这些奇怪的东西？ 啊，是要把它打开来清扫吗？这玻璃在烧的时候不会坏吗？
Sympathy and support for the Armstrong family during this difficult time. Thoughtful, but never enough. What a dear child.
铲灰尘的东西，对啊，要把它放那个边边角角，然后我觉得他们房间，不知道哎，感觉有些地方布置起来真的有够空的，不知道是经费不足还是怎样。然后你看像这种楼梯的设置，这是哪个设计师设置的啊？有够烂的哎！是吗？我觉得这楼梯设置很烂哎，虽然说它楼梯蛮好看的。我印象中的有钱人房间应该是会更多东西，让你看得出来，他东西多到哦，超级有钱。
Toy castle. When I was a kid, I had a police station and a tiny squad car with a siren that really worked.
是那个代替的房间，然后这是他们上来这边的地方。
Mrs. Armstrong, my name is Joanna Locke. I'm a detective investigating the kidnapping of your daughter. May I talk to you? When is your baby due? Mrs. Armstrong? Sonia?
I don't want to talk. I just want to see my daughter again. That's all that matters.
The poor woman. I can't imagine how she feels. And another baby on the way. Not really my style, but I'll take it.
不符合的风格。
Everything looks okay here.
人抚慰安抚失踪太太心灵的关键证词。
The detective gets it right.
哎，我可以安慰你了吗？
Mrs. Armstrong? Let me show you this.
Daisy, my little Daisy. I miss her so much. How good it is to see her face.
I can't imagine the pain you're feeling right now.
She loved her little stuffed animal, Fluffy. She took him everywhere with her. The kidnappers took it as well. They didn't have to. That means they wouldn't hurt her, doesn't it?
Every lead will be followed up. You have my word on that.
Thank you. I shouldn't lose hope. Somehow.
I know it isn't my case, but I just made a promise, and I mean to keep it. Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
She's in her room. Last door on the left.
May I come back if I have more questions?
Of course. Anything I can do.
OK， 他还有事件。有没有东西可以收啊？房间底这边没地方收，里没有。看起来是这里。哎，有猫哎！嘿，又是黑猫。
A toy train. Now here I am in a real one. Lyon, in France.
里昂
What a lovely looking city.
法国有一个城市叫里昂。那绝对不能把那个交通工具放在那。
Are you Suzanne Moreau, Daisy's nanny?
Yes.
I'm Joanna Locke, a detective working on Daisy's case.
Is there any news?
那个城市一定很常出车祸或飞机失事。
I'm afraid I have to take your statement again concerning the evening of Daisy's disappearance. There was a computer problem. Your statement was accidentally deleted.
Of course. I want to help any way I can.
太厉害了吧！法国一个城市叫里昂。
Tell me about that night in your own words.
The Armstrongs had a party to raise money for a museum, I think. Mrs. Armstrong is on her board. I was in charge of Daisy. I stayed with the little one all evening, playing with her and reading books to her.
She couldn't sleep with all the noise and the comings and goings.
When did you notice Daisy was missing?
I was only gone 5 minutes to phone my mother. She's in the hospital. When I returned, Daisy wasn't in her bed. I thought she might have gone to look at the party, but then I saw the ransom note on her pillow. I screamed and screamed. I couldn't stop.
Did you notice anything unusual before that?
I was with Daisy all evening. Finally, she fell asleep. I didn't see anyone else or notice anything in particular.
Do you have any idea who did this?
No! I can't see who could have done such a horrible thing. The Armstrongs are such good people.
这个模组有点奇怪，他的
Thank you
手
for giving me your statement again.
手那个
I'll get back to you if I have any questions.
有
I
点
won't be far.
Okay, I have Suzanne's statement.
手也太长了
Our
吧？
answers need some checking.
脚也太长了吧？我觉得我现在操控这个角色看起来很长，这个角色不知道看起来就是看他的脚超长，然后他的手超长，然后他身体好短。OK， 我们看起来一样高，可是为什么你看起来这么奇怪？漂亮。太厉害了，太厉害了，太厉害了！这里有有4个胡子，我现在只找到2，还有胡子在哪？这么小的一间房子，我都找不到胡子。10:40。
Nothing shocks me here. This information does not correspond to what Suzanne told me. Suzanne said she left Daisy alone for 5 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she stayed with Daisy for a while and Suzanne did not return. That's it. No rookie mistake there.
然后在他们2个之间一直问。
Tell me about the night Daisy was taken, especially anything about your daughter and Suzanne Moreau.
Apart from seeing to our guests, I took a moment to check on Suzanne and Daisy in Daisy's room. Suzanne wasn't there, but Daisy was asleep. I sat with her for 10 minutes or so. Suzanne didn't return while I was there, but there's no reason for her to sit there all night when Daisy is asleep. I went back downstairs.
可是莫罗说他只有5分钟。
Suzanne tell don't match. I should recheck my file and track Suzanne's movements.
莫罗说他只出去5分钟。
That is not exactly what Suzanne told me earlier. Suzanne was on the phone more than 5 minutes.
整个讲了将近34分钟，然后跟我说他只有5分钟。 哦。OK， 等一下，先下来我看看。哪里还有胡子啊？
Did you see Miss Moreau during the party?
I remember seeing her at some point, but otherwise, no. I was too busy with my guests. Wear the smile, shake the proffered hand.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
给我金胡子！完了，我的脑袋有点打结了。哇，要记另外一边，要记这边，我有点痛哎。我怎么不觉得不是那个？不是四营山先头痛，
If I understand you
是我先头
correctly,
痛。
you left Daisy when she was not asleep?
The party was very loud. Daisy was too wound up to sleep. I read
姐姐
her
吗？
a motley mule detective story to try and put her to sleep. Daisy finally fell asleep. Right before Motley Mule solved his case in the book I was reading her. I had to make a quick phone call. No more than 5 minutes. But when I came back, Daisy was gone.
Come on, Joanna. You
等一下，
can
等
do
一下，
it.
按错了，按错了，按错了。
Are you sure you were only gone for 5 minutes?
5, 6, what does it matter? It was very quick.
屁啦！
You say you were only away 5 or 6 minutes, but Mrs. Armstrong says she was alone there more like 10 minutes.
你离
And the
开了
phone
灯
record
几分
shows
钟
that
哎
you stayed on the call for more than 30 minutes, way longer than you said.
My mother is extremely ill. It's difficult for me. I may have lost track of time. When I came back, Daisy had disappeared. It must have been a coincidence.
You have to be precise, Suzanne. A little girl's life is at stake.
Why are you doing this? I didn't do anything wrong. I would never hurt Daisy.
I need to check Suzanne's story. She's panicking. Why now? What is she afraid of?
等一下，这个人慌了，这个人很慌，他超慌的。看起来是这样子，先架楼梯，然后小雨打电话，他从前门进入，上梯子，之后绑走带梯，再从这边离开。是时候了，
That
晚安，
is
拿
a
了
great
啤酒。
detective job. The kidnapper places a ladder under the window to Daisy's room. Then he joins the party, just one guest in the crowd. He somehow knows when Suzanne leaves the room, then sneaks upstairs. He opens Daisy's window, carries her down the ladder, and vanishes.
痛苦不堪的母亲打电话给莫小姐，母亲确实她不在场。啊，莫罗小姐的母亲。我需要看一下有没有电话。电话在哪？完了，忘记电话了。
I spoke with Suzanne. She was phoning her mother. That's why you didn't see her when you went to check on Daisy.
Yes, her mother. I tried to call the poor woman earlier that week, but the hospital said she's been in a medically induced coma for more than 2 months.
Suzanne told me she called her
怎么
mother.
奇怪的声音？没有。
She would have known her mother was in a coma.
啊啊！那是什么声音？这是谁的声音？这是冰茶！啊啊啊！不好意思啊，不好意思呀！啊，有人在想我。
Ms. Moreau told me she called her mother.
Well, why not? I believe they are very close, and the poor woman is not well. She needs some experimental treatment that isn't available yet in France.
I won't go on.
Take whatever time you need.
说啥呢？啊！我是帅哥啊！什么畜生？真的是哦！不，哪里还有胡子？我要找到那个黑胡子，那个该死的胡子！畜生不要吵！啊！畜生在解谜，这个谜有点头痛哎。啊啊，过不去。啊，那个胡子，为什么找不到那个胡子？我看一下保罗妈妈的电话。2700致电给1413552140 OK 2140，地方是不是会有胡子啊？当时不可能是在跟他母亲讲电话。哎，对呀、啊。怎么说什么我只想偷看乐乐的照片？我要厘清证据好吗？这很重要。等一下。差点忘记。
Score 1 for the good guys.
The number you have called is not in service at this time. Please hang up and dial again, or contact your service provider.
干空号。
The number Suzanne called is not in service? A hospital?
妈的空号。好啊，再骗啊，再骗啊。
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
你可以跟我说你们家的金胡子藏在哪吗？我很需要你们家的金胡子哎！胡子啊，胡子在哪？胡子哎，为什么看不到那些胡子啊？看电话很重要，好吗？电话。
The world through the eyes of a child seems so sweet.
哦，孩子的世界还有好美的阳光。哎，这里有没有胡子啊？没有胡子啊？干，那两个胡子藏在哪？那个，好，是不是在你身上？老实讲。
The number you called that night is no longer in service.
I don't understand. That's the number the hospital gave me to call my mother's room.
You told me you were on the phone with your mother when Daisy was abducted.
As we said earlier, I didn't pay attention. and was on the phone longer than I said. But since my mother is
你
very
母亲
ill,
病得很
she
重
had to leave her hometown, Lyon, because the treatment is not approved yet in France. She is in an hospital in Boston for a special treatment. I call her every night to check on her. When I came back, Daisy was gone. I'll never forgive myself.
哦哦，
Are you sure you called your mother?
Yes.
哦
Every night since she was admitted in December.
病得很重，可是他已经昏迷了。
Suzanne,
2个月。
I think you really care for Daisy. If you do, then tell me the truth. You can't have been calling your mother while she's in a coma.
My mom really is in a hospital in Boston. She really is in a coma. I wasn't calling her. I was on the phone with my boyfriend, Noah.
Why lie about it? Why are you panicking?
Because he's gone. I haven't heard from him since the night of the kidnapping. I'm afraid he's somehow connected to Daisy's disappearance. That he was just using me somehow. But I swear I talked to him. Yes, for more like 30 minutes that night. So he couldn't have kidnapped Daisy at the same time we were talking.
But he could have kept you talking so someone else could take Daisy.
Yes, you can see why I lied. Can't you? I was afraid you'd suspect me of having something to do with it. You can understand that, can't you?
Suzanne, I want to believe you, but you've made it harder to find Daisy. Do you realize that?
Oh my god. What have I done?
What's most important is not what you've done, but what you do now. Go. I'll be back to talk to you. No more lies, Suzanne. For Daisy. No more lies. Noah. The name might lead us to that little girl. I am on this case now, whether my captain wants me to be or not.
没问题。是什么？美国、英国。哎，哎，有些书名看起来怪怪的。鱼。哦。
A locked diary? Let's see if I can shine some light on its secrets. A locked diary? Let's see
揭
if I
开
can
那
shine
个
some light on
秘
its secrets.
秘密笔记本，钥匙肯定在他的房间里面。
A card from the
哦
florist. It's signed N.
哦哦，找到秘密咯！就一张卡片而已，秘个屁！ 是吗？
I expect Suzanne must have gone through a lot of tissues these past weeks.
为什么卫生纸是折成这样子了？
Small jewelry box. By the size, I'm guessing earrings.
别猜啊，要看呐、
An Eiffel Tower keychain, but no key.
若红月还在吗？
Why put a key in a jewelry box?
拿起，看起来不在了，看起来是他去敲敲了，看小萝莉太兴奋了，
Huh.
哈三小，刚忘记跟他讲，
What's in the glass case? Oh, big surprise. Glasses.
眼镜，这个眼镜有一个表情符号哎。 然后，这房间还有什么可以追查的？没有，你就开这个。
That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
啊？
That That doesn't work.
啊？什么意思？这个钥匙不是插这里的。
That doesn't work.
好。啥鬼？让我看一下。2件插完了。我男友的资讯。有什么还是上锁的吗？哎、这猫跑来这。
Can you tell me anything about Suzanne's boyfriend?
I know she dated our chauffeur for a while. There was someone else she'd met recently, but I don't recall his name.
OK， 他已经问完话，他没了。先找线索。我这段好长哦。
Know anything about Miss Moreau's boyfriend?
Her boyfriend? I know she went out with someone for a while there. More recently, I saw a man in a 4x4 who would pick her up on her nights off. He never got out of his car, just waited for her. She did seem to spend more time than usual on the phone these past few weeks, but she worked hard. We weren't going to begrudge her what free time she had. Since the abduction, she keeps pretty much to herself.
I won't be long.
Take whatever time you need.
仔细翻阅答案，搜取有关4轮传动车资讯。
Nothing shocks me here. These tire tracks could well be from Suzanne's boyfriend's 4x4. That's it. No rookie mistake there.
完了，离线索越来越近了。你要出事啊，贝。
Any idea what this small key unlocks?
No, I found it one day on the floor. I kept it in case someone lost it.
I imagine these flowers must have been beautiful. Who gave them to you?
The gardener. They're getting pretty wilted, but I hate to throw them away.
Tell me about your boyfriend. Have you been together long?
My boyfriend? Why? He doesn't have anything to do with this.
Please, Suzanne, the sooner you answer my question, the sooner we'll be done.
His name is Noah Garrity. I met him at a Lunar New Year party in Great Barrington. He is a kind and caring person, although, well, I miss him. He had to go away on business. He should be back.
No. 这个人一定有鬼，非常有鬼。不能开吗？
That doesn't work.
不开。下面也没东西了，怎么可能打不开？还是 迷你钥匙。干嘛的？打不开那东西。他也没有其他线索啦。完了，我卡关了。也没有什么东西可以开啊。那你没话讲。没有。没有。
A toy castle. When I was a kid, I had a police station and a tiny squad car with a siren that really worked.
哦。如果那个不是拿来开他门的，开笔记本的，那这个人干嘛？也找不到其他的那个胡子。
The crime was audacious. How could the kidnapper know which was the window of Daisy's room? No, they could use a ladder to reach it, and no, they could enter the room without being seen. The misspellings are clearly on purpose, and they didn't return the child when the ransom was paid. How could the child be taken with so many people in the house? I can't imagine the pain her parents felt when they realized Daisy was gone. How are they going to feel when they realize I have no answers for them? Only more questions. That's why I'm here. A damn computer glitch. Or somebody pushed delete instead of save. Whatever happened, we lost the nanny's deposition. So my entire contribution to the investigation is to take it again.
没钥匙的钥匙串有东西吗？没钥匙的钥匙串。有这东西吗？没钥匙的钥匙串，外面是没有任何东西啦，我的警车上也没有啦。没钥匙的钥匙串，这上面没有东西可以收啦。然后我的钥匙不知道为什么开不了那东西，对吧？只剩这一个可以用。没钥匙的钥匙串，这个吗？看起来不是钥匙串啊。
An Eiffel Tower keychain, but no key.
哎，你看，钥匙圈可是没有钥匙。等下，哎，对啊，这里都显示灰的啊，代表他们没东西啊。哇，没东西啊。哦，唯有可能就只剩这个啦，而这个打不开啊。哎，哦
Okay, Suzanne. Let's see what you haven't told me.
原来是可以这样转动哦。哎，发现了，原来钥匙的正面不是真的钥匙，背面才是真的钥匙。 一开始2月14号不浪漫的情人节，2月9号过几天就觉得它不浪漫了。说啥了？说啥了？我只是没发现它可以这样转圈圈。好久没有写日记，2月23，有很久吗？
I can see why Suzanne didn't tell me everything about this, Noah. It's
忘记
clear
用
when you
你好
disappeared
烂
that you
鸡鸡来
realized
打招
something
呼
was
了，
very wrong.
这不是很重要好吗？怎么都没有人关心我今天过得好不好呢？对不对？有没有可能我今天其实心情很差？然后你们还这样子说我烂鸡鸡，我很难过，你知道吗？我难过呢，我难过呢。
Sympathy and support for the Armstrong family during this difficult time. Thoughtful, but never enough.
你心情很差，没有看到妹子难过，我也很难过啊。每天都被讲烂鸡鸡啊。
Tread marks of a four-wheel drive vehicle were found outside the garden on the night of the kidnapping. Noah drives one, doesn't he? Where is he, Suzanne? If you know anything more about him, you have to tell me.
I know what you're thinking, but it's impossible. He was very nice to me. He never did anything to make me suspicious. We went out to eat, to the movies. Just like a normal couple. He's not the only man in the Berkshires who drives that kind of car.
说啥呢？
You really didn't notice anything strange about Noah until he vanished?
He could
抽
get
到的汉
moody
子
at
跟
times.
某部恐怖谷电影的角色一样更难过。情人节，没有看到刚刚那
In your
句。
diary, you say that Noah took you to a cabin in the mountains on Valentine's Day.
You read my diary?
I'm sorry, but we have to find Daisy. We both want that. So yes, I looked in your diary.
You're right. He took me to a cabin in the woods. I waited for him in the car. He came out after a few minutes. He was very sweet and apologetic, but he never explained. We went back to the restaurant for dessert.
Did you ever go back to the cabin with him?
No, never.
So what made Noah drive all the way to a cabin in the middle of nowhere? He left her in the car. Why was he there? This is important. I know it is. I can use Suzanne's directions to the cabin and the map of the area I have in my car.
并没有。我并没有心情好一点，因为我也会。我更难过了。
Became a nightmare.
牺牲小我完成大我，我没有很开心好吗？说啥呢？我觉得越来越难过了。你每次跟我讲说报纸的时候，我总是会想起那个以前那个抽，那个1000抽，那抽跟死没两样的1000抽，然后就非常非常的难过，就像我现在找不到胡子一样。
Now here I am on a real one. Lyon, in France. What a lovely looking city.
我找不到我的胡子啊！胡子怎么他妈这么难找啊？我们哪里还有胡子？还是要去山上小屋才找得到啊？你看。 以防万一，我还有2副胡子没有找到。以防万一，我们先做个存档，然后立刻马上赶去山上小屋。 哎呀哎呀！我就问你，这只猫能不能帮我找我那个该死的胡子？找那个该死的八字胡！到底为什么白裸要用八字胡？啊，让我们找八字胡！我是来办案的，不是来当那个什么搜查犬的、欸。快点像狗吗？猫只会击败你。通过2座前面森林，经过左边的黑影田，进入一座茂密的森林。啊！然后这个人也已经没东西可以问了，对吧？哎，你不能问，没用。
Sympathy and support for the Armstrong family during this difficult time. Thoughtful, but never enough.
这里没东西了耶。看来我要开车离开了。
Thanks to the information Suzanne gave me, I should be able to find the cabin on this map.
不是，我们现在在哪？可不可以给我个地图？先出城，我们先出城。这里的城有2个，然后穿过2座桥，这边算一座桥。穿过2座桥和一片树林，经过左边的一片玉米田。那个母猴以谁啊？
Can't be the right place.
玉米田难道是这个黄色的东西吗？对，这样子的话应该是这边穿过2座桥，经过一片树林，接着经过左边的一片玉米田。玉米田在这，这是右边，所以不是左边。座桥，还有一片森林，左边的玉米田。
I got it. The cabin has to be here. I have to find that cabin. I hope I'm not too late.
《阿加莎克第4地带》著有30多个剧本，其中最著名的《捕鼠器》于1952年首演，堪称是最长寿的舞台剧。但它逝世当天，伦敦巴拉巴拉没看到，看太慢。
Okay, here is this famous cabin. Let's investigate.
看看能找到什么线索，有没有可能他其实也是被逼的？毕竟人也失踪了，人性本善。
Santa this dump on Valentine's Day? What a romantic.
我们要相信人性本善。
I need to see what's inside.
一定是因为猫太奇怪，所以他才会把它杀了，对，才会绑架它，对吧？一切都是猫惹的祸。要是没有猫，哎呀，
A gold
为什么受伤的总是猫？
Thank you very much.
猫很鸡掰，众所皆知。哎， 有什么东西我没看到的？这游戏是 DVD 吗？我等一下会遇到兔吗？这是母亲的住所。
Hello？
鸡巴猫躺在你的枕头上，漂亮。你才鸡巴。
Nobody. I can't just waltz in without a warrant.
没有搜索令，不能擅自进去。拜托，小女孩都已经在里面失踪了，我还管你他妈搜索令？
That window is too high to see through.
哎，同志。
That barrel is sturdy enough. I could climb on it.
哇，你力气好大！没有搜索令是场民宅，我就是警察。
Ugh, an old hunting trophy starting to molt.
难道警察要抓警察吗？
Somebody has been here lately.
不可能，不可能！
It's Daisy's plush toy. If Fluffy is here, the kidnapper has been here. I have to get inside this cabin.
我找到证据了，我还不进入进去里面搜，我肯定搜烂。阵风术怎么来的？肯定是为了帮助小偷。说到这个。 我记得我前几天看到一个报道，说什么自从某人当上市长，然后给了一个奇怪的政令之后，那边越来越多的小偷，好像说什么你只要进去到达某一些什么某些金额才算消费，你才需要经过柜台。 所以只要没有到达某些金额，你可以把它拿你拿了不算消费，你可以直接拿走。就是后面这个是那个啦，就是钻漏洞啦。就是因为他有说什么，你需要到达某些金额才算消费这个政令，变成说很多人都那既然这样，我他妈只要。 不达到这个金额，我就不算消费，我就可以不用付钱。
People seem to have played here before. Some boxes. I wonder what they were used for.
然后那边就变成一堆小偷，因为大家都想捡便宜。我不想花钱啊，反正不超过这个钱的量，我就可以不算消费嘛，我就不用付钱啊。
The floor is scratched and worn in this area. The sofa must have been moved a lot.
啊，有地下室啊
A lot of tools. I guess somebody noticed the cabin was about to fall down.
或许。 3.8.92，这应该是密码对吧？
That's a woman's hairbrush. Did Suzanne actually come in here after all? This bottle comes from the Blue Lagoon. It's Fluffy, no doubt about it.
好毛，找到全部的八字虎了，开心！再来就是搬动这个，这边胡子有统计吗？每一张都有固定的胡子数量啊。
Damn, it's booby trapped. If I move,
It could go off, and that countdown tells me it wants to go off anyway.
啊？啊？刚刚是多少？啊！3.9，多少啊？等一下，刚那个鹿头上面是多少？我忘了，快走！哎，看一下，没有回放，有没有回放？我这里有没有回放？不对，我还看不到我的回放。完蛋啦！要出事啦！救命啊！完啦！干，我们要靠线索了吗？这什么啊？这到底是啥小？3.9，还是3.9.42，42。哎，啊，啊，啊！啊！
Since I'm telling this story to you, Mr. Poirot, you should be able to deduce I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I defused the bomb.
Ah! 这要怎么看啊？不是、欸，他突然就给我一个爆炸谜题，然后
Since I'm telling this story to you,
任何的提示
Poirot, you should be able to deduce I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I defused
这
the
我
bomb.
我他妈要是不懂电路板的，我怎么他妈看得懂啊？ 这个接到这边跟这个接，然后这边跟这个接，就这个切掉是可以的，为什么？红色的，所以这个是亮的。反过来之后是这个是亮的。我看懂了，中间那个是亮的，这边推到这边来。哇，从反面反而看不懂这个。白痴，看不懂啊！那个电动图。
Since I'm telling
the
this story to you, Mr. Poirot, you should be able to deduce I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I defused the bomb.
"中间这个不是这样推过来吗？中间这个不是推这个吗？这也太乱了吧！这个图。不对，这条连上去耶，这条是连上去耶，它没有任何连接点。这个是接这里，这个接这里，离它最近的是这个，还有这个吧。这个。我们要接这个点，靠腰嘞！中间那一条为什么？为什么是中间那一条？我看不懂哎。
Since I'm telling this story to you, Mr. Poirot, you should be able to deduce I didn't blow myself up. Let's see if I can remember how I defused the bomb.
这个我又忘记了。在上面那个点下来之后，从这个点最上面，最下面这个点是怎样？从中间开始接，然后中间这边有一条电路板在这，接到这边这个是这一条，跟往前走是这一条，它跟另外一个连接的很近。那好，这个是连接到这里，这个是连接到这里，对，然后这边旁边这边接，没有，这是接到这。如果接到这边是正确的。为什么是中间那一条？我还是看不懂哎。
Wow, I wonder if that's how close it was. This would have ended my investigation right here. These rods are heading towards the canisters. It must be the trigger for the explosion. I smell a strong, sweet smell. Damn. I think these are filled to the brim with diethyl ether. Incredibly flammable. It looks like the kidnappers wanted to utterly destroy this place and whoever opened this hatch. A wooden crate? I have to open it. Oh no. Daisy. No. I called in my discovery of the body. Then there was nothing I could do except protect the site for forensics. The forensics team arrived an hour later, cordoned off the cabin with
上面白色又连到中间。
looking for physical evidence, fingerprints, testing
Okay,
for
没
fluids,
事。
DNA, any clues science can uncover.
我刚第一个那个外面那个板是印 AA 出来的，然后里面那个第三个也是印 AA 出来的。
The autopsy would take place in the morning. But I had one more stop to make.
把氮气直接被做成肉酱，直接卡在关在那个小盒子里面哎！干你娘嘞，太狠了吧！然后这边还和谐不给你看，可是那个黛西尸体关在盒子里面。
Oh no!
上面有条白色连到中间，我等一下回去看我的 VOD 来研究一下。哇，这泯灭人性啊，连小孩子都杀啊！
Ratchet on train saw me? How? Daisy.
She was awake?
And then she collapsed again.
I take the responsibility. She was weaker than I realized.
Oh.
Lie still while I examine you. Pupils dilated?
I'm all right.
You are far from all right. You have
我
been
就想
heavily
问，
sedated.
这
Your
个医
pulse
生的
is
手
going
指怎么弯成这样子？
I have to finish my story. Ratchet can't escape again. Can't escape.
Have no fear of that, mademoiselle. Ratchet will not escape.
We must hear her story.
This woman needs rest. I will let you know when she is recovered enough to continue. But I warn you, it will be some time.
I understand, Doctor. Thank you.
I have completed my preliminary examination of the deceased. I think that it will interest you.
Indeed it will. And I have other witnesses to interrogate. You are right. Let's not put this poor woman in danger. There will be plenty of time for her to finish her story when she has recovered. By all means, tell me the results of your examination.
"他是美国人吗？其实我不太了解，不太记得他是什么人呢、哦，美国人。然后这里看起来32岁。
My little gray cells did not let me down. Can you estimate the time of death?
Rigor mortis was advanced, but not complete. I estimate the death occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning.
That tallies with the witness statements I've collected so far. What is the cause of death?
Multiple stab wounds to the upper torso. It's odd there are no signs of a struggle. That might indicate one of the first wounds was enough to kill him.
It seems that Monsieur Ratchet had taken sleeping pills during the night.
Ah, that would explain the lack of defensive wounds.
Mr. McQueen and Mr. Masterman told me that Monsieur Ratchet didn't smoke. Can you
所有的医生都有办法做法医的工作吗？
more extensive postmortem.
目前就现在看起来，这个医生他说他就只是个医生，可是他会去支援法医的工作，就是验尸体那些。所以如果你要讲的话，以他来说，好像是这样子。
What can you tell me about the stab wounds?
I counted 12 in all. 1 or 2 are so slight as to be practically scratches. On the other hand, at least 3 would be capable of causing death. The angle of the wounds is instructive. Most appear to have been struck by a right-handed person. But you see, this one, under the right armpit, it's not a deadly blow given the depth, but a right-hander couldn't have done it. It was most certainly struck with the left hand.
So, our murderer is left-handed. No, it is more difficult than that, is it not?
As you say, Mr. Poirot, some of these other blows are just as obviously right-handed.
Do we have a first and second murderer, as the great Shakespeare would put it? The first murderer stabs his victim and exits left, turning off the light. Then a second murderer comes in the dark, does not see his or her work has been done, and stabs a dead body.
Magnificent.
You think so? I'm glad. It sounds to me a little like nonsense. Thank you, Doctor. Excellent work under difficult circumstances. Please let me know when I may speak again,
毕竟
Mademoiselle.
有钱到树底不止一个，是很厉害的是。要知道水吸电子烟有什么方法最有效？提供一支烟给乘客，那我需要很多的烟。可是如果问说，对啊，有没有喜不喜欢香蕉味道，就可以知道他那个 banana 的那一罐。
Those I've questioned could be lying to me. I must be sure of the answer.
这个啊，如果是照这样子，就是这个。
Smoker might innocently turn me down.
啊？乘客有没有吸烟？我可以骗你啊。
Yes, that's certainly a good place to start.
可能2个凶手，或是帮凶之类的。电子。
I don't remember any conversations about smoke.
你想不起来
The topic is of no interest to me.
OK。
Book doesn't smoke. Even if he did, I doubt he would remember.
确实。
Yes,
可是你
I have personally
你
seen some
忘记对话，可是会知道谁吸烟。
who remember who they were.
要知道谁吸电子烟用什么方法最有效？
Yes, I suppose it's likely they will give me the list of who smokes what. That's the right answer.
我应 A 来的，应 A 来的。
How is Mademoiselle Locke, Doctor?
Her vital signs are improving, but she is still unconscious.
I understand. Thank you for looking after her.
做客小姐和雷切特。OK， 我们有新的谜题了。做客小姐和雷切特之间有什么关联？
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
警察追凶还蛮正常的嘛，对不对？ 追查凶手，边不能进，我还要去找那个上校上尉106号房。
Captain Arbuthnot, I beg your pardon, but could you answer a few questions for me?
I'm grateful you found my ticket, Poirot, but now is not convenient.
I certainly didn't expect such a resistance.
该不会在里面做什么奇奇怪怪的事情吧？不会吧，不会吧？毕竟他有个40岁的那个看起来像他老婆的人。203号房现在进不去而已，凶案现场。204号房那个女人的房间进不去。205，他应该跑去餐厅了吧？哎，还不错哎，他有把那个镜子里面的人做出来。镜子里面的白裸，这个我有办法在今天破关吗？他们可能要看很晚呢。
Most of the passengers pass by the bar during the day. They eat, drink, write. Maybe I can use this information for my investigation.
哎，上位的他那个人在这边。要知道一个人是右撇子、左撇子，用什么方式有效？
No, not good. No. It is a flight of fancy to think such information would be required of passengers for a train journey. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
这个询问他这个资讯不对，可是又要求佛学观察。先点早餐了。 早来啦，等一下就睡着啦。
Yes, it could work. He appears to be an observant young man and serves the passengers regularly. No, not good. No, the killer would know why I was asking and could simply lie to me.
每个人写点什么？确实，哎，如果是左撇子、右撇子写字的话，不是顺手那一只手写出来就会很丑。
Yes, if I ask them to write something trivial, they may do it instinctively with their dominant hand.
这个很难记录吧？米歇尔先生记录谁是左撇子
？This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Given all his regular duties and the number of passengers he serves, it is unlikely Mr. Right. Yes, I will remember which people use their right or left hand. My little gray cells did not let me down.
不是，我的脑细胞已经快死掉了，不要再摧残我了。
Mademoiselle Debenham, I have a few questions for you.
Of course.
Let's start with your movements last night.
我脑细胞快死光了。
I went to bed and slept.
Did you know the man who was killed?
I saw him for the first time during lunch yesterday.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, if I believed in auras, I might say he seemed dark.
Would you mind writing your address on this paper for me?
Not at all.
Oh, 他们要写些什么其他的哦？照这方向，他是右撇子。
That's it. Mademoiselle Debenham is right-handed. Do you recall what time Mademoiselle Olsen went to get some aspirin from Madame Hubbard?
I remember glancing at the clock. She left our room just after 10:30 p.m.
Was she away for a long time?
About 5 minutes.
That confirms what Madame Hubbard told me. Do you smoke by any chance?
No, I never have.
Do you own a scarlet nightgown?
No, it isn't mine.
Whose then?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You do not say, I have no such thing. You say, it isn't mine, meaning that you know who it belongs to, am I correct?
Oh, I see. No. I woke up this morning about 5 a.m. with the feeling that the train had been standing still for a long time. I opened the door, and I saw someone in a scarlet kimono some way down the corridor. Her back was turned. It was impossible to see who it was.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you for your assistance, mademoiselle.
还有谁？我可以记录惯用手。赫伯德太太是右撇子还是左撇子？这看起来是右手。
Yes.
这看起来也是右手。大多人都是右撇子。
That's the right answer.
可是听说什么左撇子的人通常都很聪明吗？
Right. Good job. This is wrong.
我记得他有吸烟。
Far from the truth. Are you a smoker?
Yes, sir. I have a cigarette now and then.
Fantastic.
结果他不是吸电子烟？
Are you a smoker?
Yes, I smoke cigarettes.
Nice.
很多人都抽烟呢。
That was easy.
很多人抽烟，可是要看的是谁吸电子烟。谁抽的是电子烟啊
Mademoiselle, I am sorry to disturb you, but I need to ask you a few questions.
Are you the investigator?
I am.
We are lucky you are on the train. What do you want to know?
I hear, mademoiselle, that you were the last person to see the murdered man alive.
I do not know. It may be so. I opened the door of his compartment by mistake. I was much ashamed. It was a most awkward mistake.
You actually saw him?
Yeah, he was reading a book.
And what did you do after that, mademoiselle?
I went in to the American lady, Mrs. Hubbard. I asked her for some aspirin, and she gave it to me. I usually carry extra aspirin for the refugees, but I gave mine to a camp in Turkey. They needed it more than me.
等一下，这个人是谁啊？这看起来像护理师，然后看起来72岁，对一点。
Think, Poirot. That
不
is
是啊，
not a good answer.
德国吗？
No, not good.
他是意大利人。
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth.
不会啊，他才46岁。
My little gray cells did not let me down.
啊！所以我没记错，他是瑞典，但他妈他才46岁。哦，我的天哪！
Did
年龄果然是最难猜
ask
的。
you whether the communicating door between her compartment and that of Monsieur Ratchet was bolted?
Yes.
And was it?
这个看起来白毛白成这样子。
After that, what did you do?
After that, I went back to my compartment, took the aspirin,
看起来很消瘦。
and lay down. That was around 10:50 p.m.
Is there anyone else in your compartment?
Yeah, a young English lady. Very nice, very amiable.
After the train left Vinkovsky, did she leave the compartment?
No, I am sure she did not.
Why are you so sure if you were asleep?
I sleep very lightly. I am used to waking at a sound. I am sure that if she had come down from the berth above, I should have awakened.
Did you yourself leave the compartment after that?
Not until this morning.
Do you have a scarlet silk kimono, mademoiselle?
No, indeed. I have a good comfortable dressing gown of Jaeger material.
Do you smoke, mademoiselle?
No, I can't stand the smell of tobacco.
Perhaps you will be so amiable as to write me down your address.
With pleasure.
这个也是右撇子。
Mademoiselle Olsen is indeed right-handed. This was a very interesting conversation, mademoiselle. I thank you.
我们要找的人是左撇子。
If you have any other questions, I'll be in my compartment. Good luck, Mr. Poirot.
左撇子才有可能砍到右下角的腋下。如果照着这边砍的话，左撇子才看得到。右撇子没办法造成那种伤痕啊，有点麻烦啊。
I'll observe her instead.
他是右撇子。
I'll keep an eye on them instead.
等一下，这个是右，这个是右。是吗？这个是右，我确定。这看起来两只手一起用，可是他是用右手拿，不是右撇子。OK。 看起来左撇子很少哎。然后本来小姐整晚都没醒来。
Strange, this story. If Mademoiselle Olsen is such a light sleeper, why didn't she tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham getting out of bed? She even made a point to tell me the opposite. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
目前为止都没谈过话的。
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
Of course. How can I help?
It is, of course, about the murder of Monsieur Ratchet. Can you tell me your movements last night?
I understand. Yesterday evening, I took a break at Vinkovsky station with Hotaru. We then went to our quarters in the staff accommodations, a section of the luggage car. Freya was there reading, and I went to bed right after.
Maka baka aka waka mika baka maka baka apa yaka mika aka o ham dan aka pan iya you maka baka aka baka mika maka
这时间点怎么没睡觉
Write your address on this paper, please.
You want to pay me a visit?
Who knows, Monsieur Fauché?
有人会这样写字吗？
He is right-handed, there can be no doubt. Are you a smoker?
I'm trying to quit, but yes.
别
I'm
睡了
now
啦
down to just
拍
one
到
pack
早
of
上
cigarettes a week.
不用上
If
班
you're
了。
looking for a heavy smoker, you should talk to Hotaru.
Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
不用上班了。这个人还有的呢，还有的讲。你可以跟南路讲说你不上班了，叫那个南路养你。他每天在那边配啊配啊配啊配配配配。
Not a golden mustache to treasure.
每天在那边配猪，所以你是吗？你是吗？八字没有八字虎。
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be answered. I'll report to you as soon as I can.
八字虎
Golden mustache.
给一个。来问一下我们的毛利小五郎，啊，你怎么把豆天啊？你怎么了？
Monsieur Maury, would you have a few minutes to give me? I have some questions to ask you.
Do I look like I can answer questions? The room is spinning. My head is about to explode.
You were celebrating last night?
Celebrating? When Freya always wins? What am I saying? If you want my answers to your questions to make sense,
就帮快帮我恢复正常。又一个翻译错误。
The magnet on the fridge. That is my special recipe. I call it my day after survival tonic. If you could make me my special tonic, I might survive long enough to answer your questions. Jean knows the recipe very well. He can help you with the preparation.
Very well, Monsieur Maury. If I must, I must. I will make you your day after
巴卡要卡马卡巴卡比卡蹦，啊比卡巴卡马卡蹦卡比卡蹦。日本人，主厨，55岁。啊，我就说他有一个亚洲脸。
did not let me down.
可是完全看起来一点都不像日本人。数据，宿醉就心通灵水，半颗柠檬汁，150毫升新鲜气泡水，60片薄荷叶，50毫升姜汁。啊，拍照。哪小啦？ 这是怎样？薄荷叶。哦，是炸薄荷的。然后嘞，是什么？
I'm missing half of the tonic ingredients.
姜，气泡水。 要求哦，东方快车这边的那个真是多到吓死人呢！6片薄荷叶，150毫升，50毫升姜汁，半颗柠檬汁。那薄荷叶是不是要拿6片？这边不能拿。6个薄荷叶，150毫升。 气泡水50毫升姜汁，
I have all the ingredients for Monsieur Maury's tonic. I have to go and see Monsieur Fauché so he can prepare it for me.
佛雪先生，阿弗瑞利嘞？ 我们在厕所 ，FBI， 开门。 哎，我终于可以到这个工程部了吗？
It's locked.
301、302，这边应该是员工的住宿区吧？我说真的，这个干啥？黑猫干啥？你这样 take 我是 take 不出来的。你那个只有 take 我DC才有用。
Monsieur Fauché.
Of course. How?
Monsieur Fauché, I need your help to prepare a cocktail.
What is this phrase? This is music to my ears. What can I fix for you? A mojito? A gin and tonic? Or perhaps a martini? Shaken, not stirred?
It's not for me, but for Monsieur Mori.
毛利小五郎醉了
His
啦！
day after survival tonic. Unfortunately, I know it well.
Here is everything that was listed on the magnet.
Excellent. I can take it from here. Mr. Poirot, I'm uncertain about the lemon juice. Is it half a lemon or a full lemon for the recipe?
半颗柠檬。
Half a lemon.
I can't remember if Hotaru prefers it with ginger or without. Do you remember?
加姜。
I can assure you that he will want the ginger.
什么肉色游戏？这很经典好吗？
There you are, sir. Hotaru will be himself again.
说好打架。
Thank you very much.
干你很常不在啊，说好打架。经典事件什么是热色游戏？注意一点啊，我跟你讲啊，这很有名呢。
Here you go, Mr. Mori. I hope this will help you.
Thank you very much. Please give me a moment. While this takes effect, it will be a while, I'm afraid. But I will not move from the kitchen.
Since I have to wait, do you know where I can find Mademoiselle Nielsen?
She is in the staff quarters in the luggage.
对嘛，那就对了嘛。你没有说话，我怎么知道你在呢
Have the key.
Thank you. I will return. I hope you have a speedy recovery.
平常我都在啊，我最近又没有上班。
Monsieur Mori told me that you are the one who has the key to open the luggage car door. I will need it.
Yes, that's right. Here it is. Please don't forget to give it back to me.
I will not forget, Monsieur Fauché. I have a favor to ask. Could you visit the passengers who are in their rooms and explain there has been an error with their allergy and diet form?
But, Monsieur Poirot, I made no errors.
Of course not. Call it a computer error.
Yes, it is possible, but even if I can see this is part of your investigation, I do not understand it.
I would ask that you observe which hand each passenger uses.
Ah, you wish to know if they use the right or left hand when they write?
That is my intention.
I will take on this mission for you.
好丑，没办法啊，那建模用这么丑，但这游戏是解谜游戏，又不是在看美丑。对，这游戏是解谜游戏，又不是在看美丑。
That's it. It's open now.
我有第二个死人吗？会。
A deck of cards. I suspect they were reading diamonds and spades instead of books. Empty rum bottles.
空的，没有什么地方可以调查。 下是空的，没有可以调查的东西，有没有？是不是空的？这下面是有东西的。 好多台打架真好。哦，有很多台吗？他比一开始出的时候还少了，你知道吗
Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I ask you a few questions?
I don't have a minute. My career is ruined, and it's not my fault.
But how did this terrible thing come to pass?
My supplies, passenger luggage, our living space. There is so little room. I gave the cargo handlers in Istanbul strict instructions how to stack my crates containing the ingredients I need for my desserts, so as one box is used up, it can be discarded.
And these fools of cargo handlers did not follow your instructions?
Ignored completely. I have 4 crates that must be moved from there to here to correct the order they are stacked. But placing the wrong crate on top of a smaller crate will crush it, its contents, and my career.
Calm yourself, mademoiselle. I understand.
所以你现在都跑去那种
the
打架
problem
台。
is, these 4 crates must be moved there, but carefully.
Yes. I have to move these 4 boxes from this location to here. But there is not much space to move the boxes, and I have to be careful never to put a bigger box on top of a smaller one, or the smaller crate will be destroyed.
The problem is clear. I shall assist you.
嘿，叫你买又不找你，说啥呢？哦，没办法啊，谁叫你当时候不买，对不对？轻轻松松。
Et voilà.
You are a lifesaver.
早知道那一击多打几下，你已经打够多了。
Thank you, thank you. I will gladly answer your questions.
你已经打够多了。
Can you tell me your movements of last night?
Last night after dinner, I stayed in the kitchen until
不是哦，那时候找你玩，然后你说你买不了，你又跟我说你没钱买。
Then all of us read
我们
quietly
最
in
近
our
都没
beds
什么在
until we
揪
fell
啊
asleep.。
A very studious staff. However, Monsieur Maury doesn't seem to have followed the same literary pursuit as the others. And these rum bottles, do they have something to do with his hangover? I know there is a clue somewhere to prove she's lying. I rather think that you didn't just read last night.
What makes you say that?
The empty rum bottles. Were their labels part of your reading last night?
My fault. I must have left them there before I put them in the bin. And these are straight from the bar. Our passengers must have drunk them.
I have my doubts. But why would she feel the need to lie? I spoke to Monsieur Maury. He seemed to be quite hungover. He even asked me to make him his day after tonic. He blurted out, "Freya always wins." Wins what? Looking around, it was clear you were gambling and drinking.
跑路的时候时不时就从我手上丢个镖，
It's
打
late
个
when you're
枪。
off duty, but we need to unwind. And now there's been a murder? Yes, I admit it. We went overboard last
要不
night.
是
But please
要不是因为
don't
我
tell
有
Mr.
亲朋
Moon.
好
It's
友，
against regulations. We could all be fired.
Mademoiselle, I realize your difficult jobs have been made more difficult.
三不五时我头上他妈2根毛，屁股就2根毛，
Of course.
到底是谁打谁嘞？
So sorry.
我打你又不痛，你打我很痛
I'll
哎。
leave it there and check
那
in
个
with
亲朋
Monsieur
好友
Fouché.
根本没啥用。
Would you mind writing your address on this paper? I'm asking everyone on the train for addresses, in case I need to contact them once they leave the train in Paris.
I understand.
DLC 什么时候出？
Yes, that's it. Mademoiselle Nielsen is right-handed.
DLC 最快应该12月吧？
No, I never have.
Thank you.
G3好像有说过。
Thank you for your
非官方
answers,
消息。
Miss Nielsen.
You're welcome.
可是过一阵子我要回去玩那个 Outlast， 因为它那个新的章节要出了。
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
走一走，突然不说一发火烧，没有好吗？那个是我看那边敌人太多，然后你自己要走过去，那我没办法啊。
Then may I ask you some questions? It will not take long.
Quickly, please. I have hungry passengers to feed.
Très bien. Can you tell me your movements last night?
Oh, nothing special. When I went off duty, I joined John and Freya in a
还敢
compartment.
搞啊，黑猫！
I read for a short
就你在
while,
搞，
then went to bed early.
Reading? I'm not sure you have recovered enough to tell me the truth. Don't waste what little energy you have recovered to lie, Monsieur Mori.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Poirot. You're right. It obviously wasn't reading that made my head hurt like that. But if you told Monsieur Book, it could mean my job.
I will keep your secret, but I am investigating a murder. You must tell me the truth.
Thank you.
Please write your address on this paper.
My address? I don't see why.
I think I hear Monsieur Book approaching.
My address? Yes, of course.
右撇子，怎么每个人都右撇子啊？
Right-handed person. Not surprising. Most people are.
那这个左撇子
You
的
are a
人，
heavy smoker.
My job. It is very stressful.
Would you happen to know who vapes on the
看
train?
犯人这么聪明吗
banana？
犯人要故意误导说那个人是左撇
The
子。
smell disgusts me. What is wrong with a good tobacco?
I do not have time to answer that. Who is it?
I've only seen one person who vapes. It's Captain Arbuthnot.
Captain Arbuthnot, I see.
Your testimony was invaluable to me. Thank you. Take care, Monsieur Mori. My palate depends on your good health.
哎，犯人肯定是蓝的，至少这时候在他房间里面那个人是蓝的。现在剩三个人。
Here is your key. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
About the little favor I asked of you.
Aha, but of course.
什么认识
I
我
was
之前
able
好
to
快
get
好
new
纯
allergy
真。
forms from guests who
放
were in
屁
their compartments.
是我知道你在玩狂野之心的时候，那散步是在搞
Count。and Countess Andreni, they are all right-handed. I also asked Princess Dragomirov, but she had her assistant, Madame Schmidt, sign for her. She
散
is
步是在
right-handed as
搞
well.，
还
You
认识
have
你之前就在搞。
exceeded my expectations. Well done. Thank you, Monsieur Fouché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
可是我认真讲，狂野之心那群人里面，我觉得虽然你搞归搞，但你还算是不错的，就是不会有那个坏心机啦。可是狂野之心那群人后来去看他们，有些人看他们台了解了一下之后，才发现其实每个人心机都有一定的心机，好坏就不论啦。对 对啊，但就是有一定的心机啊，
Monsieur Fauché,
甚至有些人心机让我觉得不是很喜欢。
Of course. How can I help?
So, Monsieur Fauché, are you trying to hide things from me? I know about your little party last night.
You are not a detective for nothing.
是啊，
I'm sorry, Monsieur
那我很
Poirot.
早看过。
Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more.
你是哪里起了我们很久以前看过的触觉？哪里来的触觉？你是哪里来的触觉？
Thank you for your assistance.
看来你中了镜花水月，我靠腰，连你都知道镜花水月啊！我以为你只知道搞哎呦，不简单呢哦，还知道镜花水月啊！现在干嘛？阿布失落3位，剩他了。米歇尔人不见了。
Captain Arbuthnot, I know that you are the only person on this train to smoke e-cigarettes. We found a vial of e-liquid at the crime scene. Will you talk to me about this, or should I pass on what I've learned to the police?
All right. Come in if you must.
I have just a few questions for you.
Very well. Let's hear them.
The young English lady, Mademoiselle Debenham, was at the Tocatlian Hotel. Perhaps you met her there?
We exchanged a few words, fellow Brits abroad, that sort of thing.
What can you tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham?
Nothing whatsoever. We barely spoke.
The director of the Orient Express, Monsieur Bouc, thinks the assassin is a woman.
And that is enough to accuse her? She had nothing to do with this murder.
How can you be so certain?
The idea is absurd. Ratchet was a perfect stranger. She'd never seen him before.
Ah, did she tell you so?
Well, yes, maybe she did. She may have commented once upon his somewhat unpleasant appearance. If a woman is concerned, as you seem to think, to my mind, without any evidence, I can assure you that Miss Debenham could not possibly be implicated.
It is clear that the captain is defending Miss Debenham, a woman he supposedly doesn't know very well. What were you doing last night around 1:15?
1:15? I believe I was still talking to that young American fellow.
但是狂野之心能搞的东西还蛮少的。自从他改掉那个画兽要就近打才有
No,
采样之
I
后
never，saw him before this journey.
因为就
We'd
没
hit
办法
it
远
off
距离
dinner,
打那个画
and
兽，
the conversation continued
因为有
until
人一
the
定会
early
吸不到
hours.。
Until what time was that?
Until 1:45 or so. Then I retired to my room and went to sleep.
然后最近那个也没有任何更新的消息啊。
There is nothing you can recall last night that in any way struck you as suspicious.
It's nothing. A mere detail.
Allow me to be the judge.
Well, before returning to my room, I went to the lounge car to get a glass of water. When I was passing through the first-class corridor, I noticed that the door, which is just after your room,
之后的没几天，
was not quite
他有讲
and the
说
person
他们
who
还
was
会持续
inside
更新。
cleared out in a furtive sort of way.
上个
Then
月
he
说
closed the
死
door
了，然后过没几天就他有拖一个更新出
there's
来。
nothing in that.
可是这个月
But
他也
it
是
was
完
the
全没消息
furtive。way it was done that caught my attention. Struck me as a bit odd.
I understand. Thank you for letting me know. Could you write down your address here, please?
My address? If you insist.
又是一个右撇子。
This man is right-handed.
听说会出2， 你听谁讲的？
Cigarette liquid yours?
What flavor is it?
Banana.
Well, that is awkward. That's my flavor of choice. But I have no idea what it was doing there, whatever.
Can you explain how it ended up there?
I have no idea. I never entered the man's room, Poirot. That's the truth.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
你在哪边听到的那个消息啊？我是没听过他有讲说会出2。
Captain Arbuthnot is the only passenger to smoke an e-cigarette. Even if this liquid in Ratchet's room is a solid clue, he has an alibi. I cannot accuse him without any other proof. That's the right answer.
听打爆社交是什么？我是觉得啦，哦，他如果真的出2啦，我希望他先把优化搞好，可是不可能近期出2啊，绝对不可能近期出2，太快了。你如果说真的要出2，他好歹也要再过个1年。
Pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Olsen, but something you told me earlier confuses me.
Oh, please, come in.
How can you be sure Mademoiselle Debenham was in bed all night?
As I told you, I am a very light sleeper. The slightest noise wakes me up. If Fraulein Debenham had gotten out of her bed, I would have heard her. I got up this morning around 8 a.m. She was sleeping soundly.
你在说谎，小姐。
Oh, the truth cannot hide from Poirot forever. Are you certain you would have heard her?
Yes. Why are you asking?
I spoke to Mademoiselle Debenham and she told me that she got up around 5 o'clock in the morning. She opened the door and looked down the corridor. It was then that she saw a woman in a red kimono. How do you explain that?
I think I must have been sleeping very soundly, not to have heard it. Oh, but does that make me a suspect?
I am not accusing anyone, mademoiselle. Do not worry. I am just trying to determine what happened last night. Thank you for your testimony.
看他妈的，这个人完全他妈在搞我！如果一个新来的人看到这个东西，你要怎么办？本案小姐整晚都没写。 你这样子，要是有新来的人看到，不就代表说我这个海主很糟糕？有人在帮我负面宣传，对不对？我这么和善的海主哪里见呢？啊，我还会心甘情愿被你们搞，而不是被搞个几次而已就爆气，就生气。哎，那布克在哪？红野制作人说没有在做DLC跟续作啊？真的假的？不对啊 ，DLC 原本就是没有说要做的啊，只是它后续更新不知道到底是怎么样啊。
So, Poirot,
就
I hope you are progressing in
不
your
知道哎，感
investigation.
觉，好烦呢，就是他不知道到底是要怎样。
I identified the person responsible for the bottle of liquid for the vape found at the crime scene.
So, this is our culprit? Do we hold him?
No, unfortunately, this bottle belongs to Captain Arbuthnot, but he has an alibi, confirmed by Monsieur McQueen for the time of the murder. According to Dr. Constantine's report, the stab wounds were made by at least one right-handed and one left-handed person, and with different strength. For the moment, everyone I have checked is right-handed. It is impossible to draw any conclusions as yet. However, I still have a few people to interrogate, notably the Russian princess.
You still have many avenues to explore?
Indeed, the case is far from over, mon ami. There is no trace of the murder weapon on the train, as yet. The killer could have hidden it anywhere.
It must be somewhere.
Indeed, as you say, it must be somewhere.
Monsieur Bouc, Monsieur Poirot, Michel, calm down. But it's Mrs. Hubbard. She says she found the murder weapon in her room. She's very upset. Let's go, Poirot.
啊？怎么可能？我在他的房间的时候没有收到任何东西，然后他跟我说他现在收到了，找到了，自导自演哦。就跟狂野一样，不可能有 DLC， 不可能，不可能，绝对不可能。
I demand to be allowed to leave this train!
Madame, we are in the mountains, trapped in a snowdrift.
Stating the obvious, there is a murderer among us. He had the audacity to hide his weapon in my room.
Please, Madame Hubbard, take a deep breath and tell us what occurred. Where did you find the knife?
I wanted to get a handkerchief from my purse, and when I opened it, I saw it! A bloody knife! Am I next to be murdered?
I very much doubt the murderer would give you his weapon.
What do you mean?
Madame, he would have used it.
Oh my god!
Did you touch the knife?
Of course not! What a question!
好了好了，臭鸡
Take
鸡
that，as a no.
你这个臭鸡鸡！
Is this knife the real murder weapon, or is it a red herring?
有办法证实这是真的凶器吗？
Mrs. Hubbard is distraught, Poirot. I should stay with her.
三兄弟出现啦！
I have every right to be
自导
distraught.
自演，
Thank you, Mr. Book.
你在那边自导自演啊？没关系啊，你就继续啊。 你就继续啊。就继续啊，好玩。我是觉得啦，你们说的那个大王那个 NAO 啦，如果他快乐程度有你的一半就好。哎。
Dr. Constantine, we may have found our murder weapon. We need to make certain.
There is a pretty quick way to be
对
sure.
啊，他原本想这样做啊。可是他，你说他被放弃了吗？哦，那个只是有人放出来小道消息啊。可是黄野在9月中的时候，他又更新了。12公分，这我要怎么查？10公分，看起来很长哎。我也不抱期待啊。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
我怎么比对伤口啊？屁啦，这要盲猜哦。
I do not think that's the right answer.
还是对这个啊？我们要怎么对
No, not good. This is wrong, but I'm never
看起来
far from the truth. Et voilà.
妈的，就用眼睛看啊。
Is this knife really the murder weapon?
There can be no doubt. You found the same depths as the estimates I made during the preliminary autopsy. I can assure you that you hold in your hands the weapon that took Ratchet's life.
Thank you. I feel way better now.
The rest gave you time to sleep off most of the effects of the drug.
我觉得他做的其实算好，很可惜。
Are you able to continue your story now?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Where was I?
You were explaining how you returned to the Armstrong house to tell them their poor little child was dead.
Yes, that's it. I felt helpless. My part in the case was officially over, but I knew I couldn't let it go. Daisy deserved justice.
看，东方快车又要休息一下了，他要跳到另外一个。
2 days later, I returned to the Armstrong house to tell them Daisy would be released soon for burial. I was angry with myself that I couldn't bring them better news. I wasn't prepared for more tragedy.
好啦，看来今天就到这啦。我只有第1章跟第0章跟第1章没有找完全部的胡须，巴士湖，人好多。不吸烟，全部都右撇子。 甚至2个人没有盘，这3个人没有盘问过。这个没办法判，这个已经死了。康斯坦丁医生还没有确认过。关闭关继续嗨到明天。怎么嗨？都几点了？几点要嗨什么？快去睡好吗？不能嗨了，该睡了，该休息了。要等那个晚上的时候再继续了。而这个东西应该很快就破完了。很快我们又可以回到荒原聊者。最近又要没游戏了，只好早上的时候把咱们的黑猫抓出来编了。可是黑猫，你那个动物派对，这样你都是跑去找其他台主玩，还是你就自己一个人玩？你就自己一个人玩吗？自己一个人不好玩啊！说真的，那东西要找满8个人，那个游玩的乐趣度一定会不一样。我说真的，那个游玩乐趣肯定不一样。那个 G3，我昨天前天我们关了之后，我去看了一下那个荒原聊者的评论，有大部分人都在讲说它优化很烂，大部分人都在靠北说它优化很烂，因为它那个植物很奇怪，每个人都是植物种个多少下去之后，他们就开始卡，开始顿。练习操作啊，不用练了啦，那个游戏快落空了。想等它优化一下再玩，我觉得它优化很难而且我觉得我们快破关了，我们那游戏快破关了。所以，如果我觉得我们要继续玩的话，我们家里可能得清一下，就是把那个植物不要用的这么密密麻麻。你昨天也说你的那个开始卡顿了，不是吗？那就是真的是不知道怎么讲它啦，真的是不知道怎么讲它啦。很可惜耶，他那款游戏，我觉得其实算没有到很难玩，就优化有点爆炸。对啊，会掉帧啦，应该说会掉帧啦。我是已经完全会卡，我也是完全会卡。我们家里那个情况，我很常就是开太久的话，会变成我一回家，所有植物都变不见，要一段时间才会出现。哎，狂野之心这个礼拜又没有，这个月又没有任何消息，可怜了。他们就要么就直接放弃这游戏，跟玩家讲说不再更新，不要给玩家过多的那种其他想法。偏偏就是他在给其他玩家那种感觉还抱有希望那种想法，然后也不做任何表示，这就是 EA 吗？还没睡，哎呦，树林山呢？对啊，刚要休息，你来的正好。 来的正好。晚安啦，休了，休了，休息了。我这个东方快车，我玩了5.2小时了，还没破哎。它游戏时速很长哎。它有特别用那个特别用一些找东西来增加你的游戏时速。凭着观察弗雷亚的甜点就辨识出正确食材。啊？我辨识错了吗？为什么？
玛卡巴卡阿卡瓦卡米卡玛卡玛卡巴卡阿巴雅卡伊卡阿卡哦，胖当阿卡胖咿呀哟。玛卡巴卡阿卡巴卡米卡玛卡
啊，所以那时候泰弗瑞亚的甜点我没有辨识出正确的食材。怎么可能？有13张哎，它总共有13张哎。没有要求顾客保持安静，就找到乔安娜公司包的密码。他妈的嘞！当面质问真正的凶手，且没有出错。屁啦！知道什么？第一次玩怎么不出错？新游戏中完成时，当面质问且没有出错。当面质问12月朋友没有出错，好难哦！算了啦，晚上再来思考了。休了，拜。